They're no strangers to Have No Sphere, no strangers to the realm. We are joined this evening by Jason Lindgren and Crrow777. Gentlemen, welcome back for a second week. That's like in a row, isn't it?
Hey, what's going on?
Evening,
What's happening,
gentlemen?
gentlemen? Thanks so much for joining us again this evening.
You and Chris have been doing something that I'm pretty sure only you and Chris are doing. Is that right?
Yeah, as far as we know, not a lot of people have the tools that Chris and I have, and even fewer know how to use them probably. So I'm not aware of anyone else. And the real truth is telescopes, like everything else in our world, are becoming crappier and crappier. Meade, I would no longer look. And I lived by Meade. My first scope that discovered the lunar wave was a Meade built in the mid-90s, American steel, American technology. It still runs like a tank. And that thing's been across country 3 or 4 times in moving trucks and everything else. But the Meades they make now are made in Tijuana, and Chris and I were talking, and I know he feels the same way I do. If we had to go out and shop for solar scopes again, I'm guessing he would not choose Coronado. I know I wouldn't, and I found out after the fact that Coronado is a Meade product. It does the job, but the point is we're in the 21st century here. The technology at our disposal for this should just be incredible at this point, and what we find is the exact opposite. I mean, even finding a 14 or a 16-inch Celestron scope is not easy. As a matter of fact, not too long ago, I don't even think you could get a brand new 14-inch Celestron scope. But I mean, where are you at, Chris? Are you with me here?
I'm right there with you, Crow. Yes. And that's even with survey equipment, it's getting worse and worse.
Yeah, it's the dumbing down of everything and the cheapening of everything. And part of it is probably people buying companies to make money, but I maintain there's design behind it. Because who goes and buys like an optic company and is going to have all this technology like Meade has, where they had a thing called Starlock. So there's this mini scope on the side of your big honking scope that finds the nearest star, locks on it, and tracks you damn near perfectly. Some of the footage you'll see in Shoot the Moon was shot on a 12-inch Meade. As a matter of fact, on my YouTube channel, there's a clip where I unbox this massive 12-inch Meade telescope. And that thing fails 4 times within less than a month. I've got guys driving up from Tijuana into San Diego from the Meade factory to try to fix this. And that's when I realized, oh my word, they're just producing crap. And when you're going to spend thousands and thousands of dollars on a high-end tool, you need that thing to last like 20, 30 years. And these things aren't going to last a year or 2. They're going to be nothing but problematic. There are still good tools, but it's about like everything else in the world. It's a premium beyond most people's reach.
Yeah, absolutely. I found the same. I bought a scope about 10 years ago, and I think it was a Celestron. And just getting it out the packet, I thought this is really cheap and tacky, and there was no quality feel to it at all. And I ended up selling it about 6 months later because it was just rubbish. But am I right in saying that there were people like, was it Raymond Rife, who developed on the microscale a microscope that could actually observe viruses or living organisms in real time, and that technology has now, it's gone. We can't do that anymore, but he was zapping them with frequencies, and he was able to see which frequencies would kill them and which would not kill them. And anyone, am I talking out my arse?
No, well, I mean, if someone did come up with tech like that, I'll tell you one thing right off the bat. Viruses don't exist if they've been described to you, and we endeavored to show that in recent episodes. So yeah, I arrived at this a couple of years ago, and it became very simple. Basically, the medical community are the people in charge of showing us what a virus looks like. It's playing the same game NASA's playing. We have what's called an electron microscope. So after they started to get caught, because there was no real images of viruses, they started to make things up like, oh, they're all transparent and they're so small that the light photons won't bounce off them and all this other nonsense.
I'm sorry, I was a biology major. That was my thing. And I can still remember in early biology in middle school, drawing the first virus and going, what is this robotic looking machine looking crap? This doesn't work in the natural order of things. What the hell? And literally fighting with my professor about it. Like, this, is this some kind of joke? I mean, this is like something from a Star Trek episode. So yeah, I don't doubt that it's all as fake as NASA at all.
Well, I'll tell you what, with the technology that can be brought to bear now, we should be having scopes that are just beyond incredible, adaptive optics and everything else. And we don't. And some of them, like what, I don't know, Chris, do you know, is it plane wave? Is that the really high-end scopes? Do you know?
I don't know right offhand.
Yeah, I think it's plane wave. I might have that wrong, but they're just really, really good high-end scopes. But, you know, who's got 20, 50 grand to dump on them? You know, that's what they're doing.
Right, exactly.
So a university can get these scopes, but your average person, not so much. And there's a reason for that too.
Yeah.
Because as soon as people start looking close, they're going to start saying ridiculous things like I do, like the moon is plasma. And that's going to be a problem when it starts breaking the 80-20 rule.
So to describe briefly for anyone who doesn't know the 80-20 rule.
Almost all the false information we get is based on an 80-20 rule or something very similar, where it doesn't matter if 20% of the population figures something out, because 80% are still clueless. And there is a ratio there that allows the lie to continue to float as if it were real. And we see it in many things, but you know, recently I would endeavor to say that the Apollo missions have broken the 80-20 rule. I would be so damn surprised. You know, 50-60% of the people don't accept that anymore. Yet what has been the result of it? So, but that's the idea behind the 80-20 rule.
It reminds me of a study I read about, I believe, and this has been so many years ago, I can't quote sources or anything, but it was a study where they put a group together and introduced an idea with like one person to that group, and then to see what percentage of that person passing this new idea into the group it would take for that idea then to become groupthink. And I think it was like something really stupidly low, like 10%, 15%, and then it just kind of went like wildfire, you know, kind of almost like that groupthink that animals use when one learns something and the whole species suddenly knows it, that idea.
Yeah, the 100 monkeys syndrome. It's sort of like a modern day version of 12 Angry Men, isn't it? The sort of one juror that has to go around persuading everyone else that the Earth's not round.
Well, there's a funny thing going on where the censorship really came to bear so with iron fisted in its delivery. Think back to that, I don't know, it was probably the 70s the first time I ever heard it. So there was a study done and a claim made that you could write a letter but you can't mail it, but you still want to get it to the person you've written the letter to. So you have to hand it to someone you know. And it was shown that before that letter changed hands 6 times, it was delivered. So each person knows somebody, and they hand them the letter saying, hey, do you know this person? No, but I'll hand, you know, they would say that it would, if there's any accuracy to that, it really begins to demonstrate probably the reach of flat Earth or any number of things. There's not an internet connection in the world that's not aware of the lunar wave. And I just think that the reach on these things was a lot more. So what they've basically opted to do is begin to rewrite history and move the content from YouTube. So what they have right now is a problematic, you know, group of human beings in the world where lots and lots and lots of people aren't buying certain things. But those people came to those conclusions within community and access to clips and all these things, which are now being scrubbed away. And not only that, the iron-fisted control on search returns where, and I have some hacker friends that are absolutely insiders that will tell you things like, if a person does a search for Crrow777 and they've regularly watched conspiratorial stuff, they'll absolutely get the search return. But if that realtor in Denver, Colorado, who's never looked at conspiratorial stuff, tries to do a search, they'll never get that return. So what's happening now is we have a world community with so many people who are thinking differently, but the censorship that's coming behind is going to remove the ways in which they became educated. And so that's the game that's getting played right now. So, you know, it's almost like, Yeah, it's almost like the generation currently is lost to the controllers in some way, shape, or form, but the one coming behind is being teed up to be just as clueless as anyone ever was.
When I would go to my YouTube channel, I used to see about 10 live 24/7 flat earth channels going all the time. There was one today. And I can tell you for sure, our buddy Ranty, his channel info just got taken down. Ranty Flat Earth, Shane, if you don't know, definitely it's all gone. And that was a huge loss. So if you have content out there, we've said this time and again, get it, download it, and get it away from the frickin' internet.
Really, private sites are going to be the wave of the future, but I imagine, you know, the problem is the internet's a controlled system, isn't it? But private sites, to some degree, you can still exert, I don't know if private ownership is even the right word, but you can still exert that at this point. So having private sites is the way, but can you imagine someone starting out like I did back in 2013, having held on to all that footage for a year. So I had decent content to come out of the gate with. Well, I had a lunar wave to come out of the gate with too, but to build up to what I did in a couple of years, I don't think that's really possible anymore, unless you're kicking people in the nuts or doing something with a burning hula hoop. I don't think there's any chance that you will grow. As many people may have noticed, YouTube just changed everything about its interface. Some of the things you may not notice is that it's not very easy to understand comments in the same way when the little bell just showed you had comments. But the real disturbing thing is how they do analytics now. There's no good way to see how many subscribers you've lost in a day. And as soon as they implemented the new system, and a very short period of time ago, I got 100 a day on an average day, sometimes many hundred, occasionally 1,000 subs a day. Now what I'm getting is 20 or negative 20. That's what's happening. And so the ratchet is the ratchet is being tightened down, but not in your face, because I imagine in the fall of 2017, when they came out with their steel-toed boots, they upset too many people. And so I think it served two purposes. They felt out how everyone was going to react, but then they also showed you what severe or on the way to severe looks like. So now when they're doing it, it doesn't seem as in your face, but it's even more destructive because you can't see what they're doing, and they're just eliminating options, and they're tightening the thumb screws down.
They're actually eliminating second and third party ways to do that as well. I used to have an amazing app on my phone that would let me go in behind the scenes on my YouTube channel and see all kind of goodies. And slowly but surely, its functionality has just been erased. It barely works anymore.
It's
There's
clear.
something I've been wanting to get at for a while. I think, and I'm not saying we're going to win, but I've been saying this to Crrow for, I don't even know how long, probably a year now. If we start going after these major corporations, like with a lawsuit, like a class action lawsuit, and just do anything we can to drag them into the public eye, to show the public what is going on, because people go on watching puppy and kitty videos, have no clue that free speech is being stomped on. They have no clue. And the people that are getting stomped on, they think they're idiots, like Alex Jones, if they happen to even hear about it. Think you see the setup already. But what I think we need to do is anything we can to shake the tree branches and drop some nuts on people's heads, because not everything is lost yet. I don't think it is. And if we get enough attention, they're going to be like, why is this going on with these companies? Why are you doing things like that? That's not cool. And again, I don't think it's necessarily that we're going to win. It's that they still want that velvet glove on that iron fist for now. And while we still have that card to play, I think we should. We need to figure out a way to do it.
I think we need to hit them on multiple angles, on all fronts, and also moving away to private sites as well. But even that, Crrow, it can be shut down by the ISP. So, I mean, you know, take Gab, for example, the alternative to Twitter that didn't meet the likes with the powers that be. And the ISP obviously had their arms twisted. And next thing you know, they've just said, your site is against our policy, we're taking you down. So I think in the long term, Flat Earth needs to get together, or any of these people that are being censored, not just Flat Earth, obviously, but but things like Blackstone Intelligence and the SGT report and those sort of things. It's time to come together and create our own ISP, basically, with our own backbone to the internet that they cannot, or maybe migrate everything to Iceland or something that has much better laws in place.
There's so, I mean, yeah, man, it all looks good on paper, but the problem is the internet's the highway, man, and we don't own the highway. You go set up in Iceland, they'll just block your, they'll block the signal into wherever they want. Right now, like we just went live on Vimeo. We can block access to any country we want by IP, just on our own little cheesy, premium membership on Vimeo. So it can be done. The real thing here is word of mouth. See, once you know a name or a site, much more difficult to block access for the powers that be. And that's part of how I can run, because so many people have heard the word Crrow777. So many are familiar with it. But people coming up now, they're going to have a difficult time to get that initial start going. And I'm not telling you you're wrong, but what I am telling you is there's going to come a point when everything on the internet is fully controlled, and either you're allowed to or you're not, and it's that simple, unless something big changes. For my money, people just making videos like, oh, I'm going down to the lake. Hey, look, man, I'm shooting across a 10-mile lake. Hey, wait a minute. Should I be able to see 10 miles away? These kinds of things, I think that's really what has impact. Think of the lunar wave. They saw this thing and they're like, damn, what was that? A whole bunch of people, wanted to say I faked it. Other people said that's interesting. And some said, I don't care. But look at the reach. Look at what happened. As a result of that, so many people.
It's why this show is here.
Yeah, started challenging, everything. If I don't know what the moon is, and what Chris and I are about to do or try to do is a similar thing with the sun. If you can get people to question some very basic things, I think it becomes very hard to get that genie back in the bottle.
Well, I think we need to move on to that. Chris, can you tell us what got you motivated to buy a thousands of pound scope that can only look at the sun?
Crrow's the one that inspired me to start looking up and shooting the moon. And there was a lot of people doing moon work, and I went on the internet to look for amateur footage of the sun, and there wasn't any. I found a little bit back from 2011, a few pictures, and the stuff that Crrow was doing was the only stuff that was up. So I was like, well, that looks like a missing link that somebody needs to jump into and start investigating.
And you and Crrow haven't met until Wednesday, wasn't it, this week?
Right.
Well, Crrow says as much at the end of the film, and we shot that back in October, so there you go.
It says as much, what, as in no one else is doing this, or?
That the next big thing is going to be the sun, the next big event, the next big discovery. And like I said, he said that up back in October when we shot the interviews, so long before now, obviously.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which was ironic, because it was during the course of polishing the film that I had the epiphany moment, and we're back digging for that footage. So Jason already had most of the film put together, already had the clip of me saying the next big thing. Well, I've been saying that for a couple of years. Next big thing is going to be the sun. But as fate would have it, we close out this movie with images of the double sun, or whatever we're going to be able to determine is the best way to describe what we're seeing. And by the way, Chris, I would mention at first glance, the sun we don't see with our eyes has a phone wire across it, but it's detectable on the sun we do see with our eyes in your footage as a color change. And that is very, very interesting. And further, to me, at this very early stage of the game, again, points to the object we don't see as being the source for the sun, because we both know how the hydrogen alpha works. And if you can see a phone wire in frame on one object, you can see it on any object that's sufficiently lit. In other words, if there was a wire going across the sun, you would see it, and you don't, but you do see the color change of where it should be. And again, to me, that starts to speak of, you know, it's the whole Christian idea. You know, there's one God, but there's three gods, right? There's the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. It's almost that exact thing. And so back in the day, haters, you know, that wanted to pick on people's religion would say, well, make up your mind. Is it one or is it three? And they'd be saying it's both. But it's really one. Well, what we're looking at here is almost a real world definition. If we're correct, and of course it does need to be proven that it is possible that object that we're filming that you don't see is source for both the sun and the moon. Certainly, I'm really leaning in on source for the sun, but when you begin to look around, hold on, man, what's going on here? Okay, there it goes. When you begin to look around at something as simple as production company animations coming out of Hollywood and the DreamWorks thing where the kids fishing in the lake and disturbing the reflection of the moon is a reiteration of something that's been explained through Buddhism for probably a millennium, all the way back into India, where they're basically always using the example like the moon reflected in a lake to demonstrate illusions. But the way it is always worded is it's not just the metaphor being provided, it's also when you look up at the moon, it's like looking at a moon in a lake. And so when you begin to take these things apart, and that fortunate footage that Chris provided with the phone line across the sun, what you're looking at now is the sun we don't see with our eyes. You have to have hydrogen alpha or full spec. There goes the sun that we do see with our eyes. But what you will notice is that if a phone line was going across this sun, the one we see with our eyes, it would absolutely be visible with the hydrogen alpha scope. And I can prove it because I have filmed things, tiny things going across the face of the sun with hydrogen alpha. So
how far are these two images apart?
I'll let Chris answer, but for my part, when I did it, I was estimating 3 sun widths to the side and 1 sun width up.
And it's also important, I've seen in the little bit of traffic that we've gotten since sort of posting up these 2 videos together the last couple of days, explain to people why it is you can't get both of the suns in the same shot.
Thank you,
together.
Josh. I was
Right. I do need to, people have been, I've answered some of them. Check it out, man. A telescope does not zoom for the most part. A typical telescope gives you a certain degree of magnification. Now, the way you do zoom a telescope is you switch the eyepiece. So if you have a 26 millimeter eyepiece and you want to zoom, then you put in a 12 millimeter eyepiece. If you want to zoom, then you put in a 9. If you want to get closer, you put in a 4. Okay, that's how it works with a telescope. But the problem becomes when you're using a camera, 90% of the time there will be no eyepiece. There is a way to shoot with a camera with an eyepiece called eyepiece projection. There's a couple ways, but hardly anyone does that because it's a hassle and it's clunky. When you shoot the way we're shooting here, what we have done is taken the eyepiece off the telescope and put a camera where the eyepiece should go. So all of the magnification is coming from the main tube of the scope and the mirroring system. There ain't no zoom in or out or any other way. So that's how it works.
Thank you. Yeah, I've seen that question asked probably at least a half a dozen times. So
Yeah, I mirrored this on my channel as well, and it was asked over on my channel. I was going to address it. Thank you, Josh.
Yeah, same here. Yeah, if I'm correct, I believe this Coronado is a 500 millimeter is what it's rated at.
The other thing you can tell, or I could tell, I guess, just with Crrow's footage, it was accidentally found because he was panning around as he does in other moon footage. And Chris told us in the meeting Wednesday that he had already seen that footage. So he kind of knew to go at that angle up to it. You know what I'm saying? He didn't actually accidentally find it. So
there's a story to that, and Chris will tell you. So right now, look at the video playing, and you'll notice it's all black. You're right. The background is black. The sun's up, so clearly it's daytime. So the sky's not blue, it's black. The reason for that is you're looking through a scope that has knocked down the surface brightness of the sun by 90-some%. On top of that, it has limited the spectrum you're looking at to hydrogen alpha. So anyone who gets a hydrogen alpha scope is never going to look around the sky like I did, because you can't see anything but black. And what got me going to even try was I was shooting the full moon with my full spectrum Canon. I have a Canon DSLR that was converted to full spectrum. And when I first got it, it was amazing. And so one night I'm shooting the moon in full spectrum. I said, you know what, I'm going to do the way my wife does it. Like, I usually stay on the moon. She likes to look all around. So I start looking all around. I get about a quarter of the sky away from the moon, and there's this big bright spot. And I end up, and I couldn't figure out, I'm thinking, what is that, man? Is that the moon reflecting off the firmament? What the heck could that possibly be? Well, on more than one occasion, I slew over to a similar spot and I keep finding it. So it gets me thinking, if I'm looking at a full moon and I can find a bright spot like that, what about when the sun's up? So that's what got me going. And what's kind of astonishing is that that object you don't see, it's pretty damn close to the sun, which goes to show you that what people should understand is, like, when you get a hydrogen alpha telescope, it's kind of, until you get good at it, it's hard to get the sun lined up. When you first start, it's like a real pain with a camera on the scope. You usually take the camera off, you're trying with an eyepiece, you're using the viewfinder, but once you get it on the sun, you're not giving that up, because you had to work to get that there, and tracking and everything else. That's another reason that I would estimate, I'm guessing, that most people, that's what they do. When they finally get that perfect, centered sun, they don't mess with it. There's a lot of reasons why I think this has gone unseen so far, not to mention that I'm an experienced scope user, and it took me 3 years to quit second guessing myself. And then, of course, read the Falconelli quote, come out like I did a couple months ago, and then, of course, meet Chris, who was going through the same process I was.
And that's something I think a lot of viewers and just general public don't understand with scopes. They see the amazing footage you guys put up and assume there's a magic button you push on your scope and all this happens. The process, as you say, of getting something in the scope and then trying to add the camera. See, I've struggled with that with just my little cell phone, trying to put the eyepiece over it and catch something. I can just imagine with a weighted camera, and oh my God, yeah, it's a struggle just to keep it centered, let alone to start zooming around.
Well, I'll take it a step further. I've got many thousands and thousands of hours with the big scope, just doing the nighttime sky or the moon or something. And by far, the hardest thing to do is shoot the sun in the daytime with a solar scope. Compared to just a regular scope doing the moon or something at night, it's a breeze. You got to work at it. And not only do you got to work at it, once you get it in the viewfinder and you're all zeroed out, there's an etalon to adjust. There's all these things to do to try to get a good image. And meanwhile, you got a big old honking camera, stacked on where the eyepiece goes. And most people either have a tracking tripod. What I do is I piggyback it on my scope. So what I'm telling you is, it's, for me, 3 times the amount of work to use all that equipment to shoot the sun in the daytime than it is just to use the big scope at night. Much simpler to pull off.
Yeah, it took me, I don't know, many hours to figure out how to actually bring in the surface features and actually get a good focus on it after I actually figured out how to get the camera and the lens onto this telescope. That was a chore in itself. It took me almost 3 weeks to come up with a T-ring and a lens to hook my Canon on there so I could actually get focus. And then it took quite a while to actually get real good focus on the surface features.
Yeah, and people should understand, it's a whole different ball game with the solar scope. You've got an etalon filter that you have to mess with. You've got a focus feature that you have to mess with. There's like where you're putting your camera on the little eyepiece thing that goes into the diagonal, that can be pulled in and out, and that has to be adjusted correctly. Then to have the double stack behind Chris, you can see that his scope has a double stack on the tip of it. Now there's a whole nother part of the game. So you're doing regular focus, you're doing the etalon adjustment, and on top of that, you're messing with the double stack, all this while under the burning hot sun, which makes it difficult. And it's a lot more work, to be honest.
Pure dedication, I'd say. Can I just read a comment that was under one of your videos from Z-Proxy? He was saying, how about tilting or rotating the scope while viewing the secondary object? if it's there, tilting the scope won't move it. If it's a projection within the scope, it'll move with the rotating scope. I thought that was quite
I did that.
idea.
I'll bet you Chris did it too. I took the double stack and I rotated it. Chris, did you ever try that? Like, you had a cardboard tube. You did exactly what I did. You blocked it with your hand. You put a cardboard tube to try to rule it out. But I spun. I actually had my wife with me, and I took off the double stack, and then I couldn't see it. So I put it back on, but I didn't screw it all the way down, and I rotated the entire double stack to see if the image would be affected, which it was not.
Right, so that would move along with, if it's there, tilting the scope won't move it. Was that the case? It won't, I don't think what he's saying, it won't move its orientation to the visible sun, is it? Is that how you read it?
Think about it like this. So you have a telescope, a solar telescope, that cannot see the object you're looking at now, the sun we do not see, or whatever that object is. You put the double stack on and you can see it. So that double stack is a lensing and filtering system additional to the telescope itself. So you understand that what you're seeing is completely dependent on the double stack being combined with the hydrogen alpha scope. So that double stack, you can rotate it. You can spin it all the way around, which I did a number of times. And so if the double stack is the cause of being able to see it, then it would stand to reason that if it was lens flare or some weird projection, it's wholly dependent on the double stack. Has to be, because you can't see it without the double stack. So spinning the double stack would be equivalent to taking the entire telescope and twisting it in a 360, you know, like holding it level on the object, but spinning it, you know, keeping it on the object. It would be equivalent to that.
Gotcha. Right, and it didn't do that, so therefore you guys can only conclude that this isn't some sort of flare or aberration or refraction.
Well, Chris has also proved more with his footage, because one day he went out to shoot. The first time he shot it was a similar month that I shot it, and it was in a reasonably similar place. I don't think we've tried to take the time to do any measurement, but another time he found it to the off to the edge and below the sun.
Well, I'll tell you what, let me stop sharing. Maybe you could share some of your footage, Chris.
Okay. Yeah, like Crrow was saying, here I went out right around noon, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock. And every other time when I went out and shot this second object, it was like right to an hour or two before sunset. So I went out here last week and was going to set up and see, because I was wondering if it was where we were seeing the apparent sun and the actual sun. And my thought was, if I go out at solar noon and look up there, if that's what it is, then I should only see the sun that we see. When I did that, the other times went like an hour before sunset or 2 hours before sunset, it's always up and to the left. Well, when I went out the other day, it was down and to the right. It took me quite a while to find it. I didn't even think it was there.
That speaks volumes. That speaks volumes to people who understand how these tools work, how the optics work. You know, you would, let's look at this logically. So any given day you go out to look at the sun, it's about angles, right? If you shoot at sun up, there's going to be a different angle from your apparent position looking at the sun. At noon, it'll be a different angle. So it makes sense that this second object, I don't know what we're going to end up calling it, we'll just call it the second object, the angles will change. And I think that's what Chris demonstrated, because his logic that he just put down for someone who didn't follow is that, first of all, when you look at your wristwatch and it says noon, it's not noon. It's noon when solar noon occurs. When the sun is at the highest point of its arc for the day, that's the only real noon there is. We just forgot that with all our technology. So what Chris reasoned was, wait a minute, if I go out and shoot at solar noon, then I shouldn't be able to find this thing, because it'll be perfectly in line with the sun I'm looking at, that I've always looked at. The sun we see should be covering this other object because it's solar noon. And then, of course, going out and finding it, instead of a couple, 2, 3 sun widths to the side and up one, it's the opposite. It's off to the side some number of sun widths and down. And that is perfectly logical, because as the day goes on, your angle is going to change. And think about this too. You know, you've always been told that the sun is much closer to us in the winter, but because of the oblique angle of the rays hitting the earth, it's not as hot. But in the summer, the sun's further away, but since the rays are hitting you at a more direct angle, it's hotter. That's what we've been told is true. So begin to think about the importance of the angles in that probable lie that we've been told our whole lives.
Hey, Crow, have you ever been down to the bottom of the ball where I'm trying to hang on down here?
Are you talking about Australia or something?
Yeah, you've been down here before?
I've never been to Australia.
No, I'm just wondering, do you think it's going to be different? Well, the sun, what we see in the north compared to the south, do you think it'll be different?
It has to be, because the angle has to be different. So you can, problem is we don't have a real map of the world that we can all agree on, right? But there are certain things that we assume are correct, like the Tropic of Capricorn and the Tropic of Cancer, right? So if you think of one of those tropics marking the lowest the sun will be, and the other one marking the highest the sun will be in a given year, it dictates that that's all about, from our apparent view, angles. So to go to what we currently call down under, which is almost certainly not correct, your angle of viewing the sun has to be different than my angle. As a matter of fact, when Chris and I go out in a month or so, when it's warm enough here for me, and we shoot at the same time, he's in the middle of the country, or not quite to the middle of the country, I'm all the way to the east, our angles have to be different. And what makes them way more different is that I'm further north than he is. It would be one thing to be a lot further east than he is, which I am, probably close to 2,000 miles further east than he is. But I'm significantly further north than he is. So the point I'm making here is we're in the same country, and I know certainly that there's going to be a difference in the angle we're viewing. So if we start to talk about Australia, logic dictates that there has to be a substantial difference in the angle that you're viewing.
Right. Yeah, just the way I see the sun just seems to be completely different to the way you guys see the sun and the way it behaves. It's just
in what way though?
What I see the sun do, it does with the it never changes. It never ever changes size. Like I see a lot of videos out there, you know, when sunsets, sun changing size. I see the sun at exactly the same size the whole day, and it, you know, when it sets, it's huge on the horizon as it sets. When it rises, it's huge. In the middle of the day, it's huge.
Let me speak to that for a second. So a lot of people always notice that about the moon. How come the moon's so much bigger when it's on the horizon? I've measured it with video. It's not. What's going on, I think, is because you have a ground to compare it to, it seems really large. But the truth is, to determine, you know, like from the time you see sun or moon come up, go over your head, go down, if you're not using a video camera, I'm not sure how you would get an accurate measure, because that would be the only way that I could really figure to get, you know, and I don't know how you'd translate it into meaningful numbers, but in the video frame, you could demonstrate, look, it's bigger, or look, it's not, if you use the same settings.
Well, a couple of weeks ago, we had Dave Marsh on, who's made it his sort of mission to document this, and he said exactly the same. Although it appears bigger on the horizon, he was measuring it with pixels, the amount of pixels in a camera.
Right.
You'd have to go back a couple of episodes, but he goes into great detail. We do it live on the show as well as how he's doing it, and he says exactly the same, is that it's not changing size, it's just some sort of optical illusion. Have you heard of the bizarre thing about sticking your head between your legs and looking at the moon?
No.
Okay. The next time you see the moon looking huge on the horizon, or looking big in the sky, apparently if you turn around and stick your head between your legs and look at the moon, it looks small again. It looks like it normally does when it's right over your head, sort of thing.
Funny what lack of blood in your head will do, I guess.
Anytime anybody mentions NASA, that's how you should listen to them. Just turn around, put your head between your legs, and then hear what.
So here's one for you. I've talked about this before, but probably not recently. It's a bit like a a Mandela effect, kind of. But there's some evidence for it in the movie Apollo 13. I made a clip about it once. When I first started to get heavily into astronomy, it was not quite the mid-90s, and right around the time Hale-Bopp came into our sky, just like a month or two before that is when I got my first 8-inch scope, the one that found the lunar wave. So back then, we were told, and I remember this, that the moon was a degree wide, and if you held your thumb out at arm's length, that's how you covered the moon. And I did it. That's how I remember it. And another reason I remember it is because if you hold your pinky and thumb out as far as you can, like hang in 10 or hang 5 Hawaiian style, that was 20 or 25 degrees, depending on the size of your hand. And we used to use that to find the North Star or shoot off the dipper to find another star. Okay, so those hand measurements at arm's length. Now, what we're told is the moon is half a degree and you use your pinky at arm's length. And I thought for the longest time, I must have had way too much fun in the 70s and 80s. Maybe I'm paying the price for all those parties I went to. Okay, I'm misremembering. And then I saw Apollo 13. And in Apollo 13, Tom Hanks on 2 occasions, who's about to go to the moon, goes into his backyard and holds his thumb up at arm's length to cover the moon. And not only that, in the frame, I froze the frame, put a circle around the moon, and then put that circle over his thumb to prove that that thumb was being shown at the same size as the moon, which should be 1 degree of sky.
That's
So
interesting.
there's
What do you make of that?
I don't know. I mean, how does a sane person go at that? So are we to believe that the moon shrunk by 50%?
Yeah, right. I mean, that's literally what it's sort of saying, isn't it? Or the medium between us and the moon has shrunk, or there's, I mean,
or it's gained altitude now that we're looking at it in a different way.
right?
I don't know, but you know, that could speak to distance, right? I guess.
Right. That's what I'm saying with the altitude thing, that it's further up away from us. Because I mean, away from us on the plane wouldn't really affect. Well, maybe, I don't know. If it's spiraling out, all of the, you know, egg, sun spiral out idea. I don't know. Maybe it would look smaller if it's further out in the spiral to us.
All I can tell you is now, well, I shouldn't speak to now because I haven't looked in quite some time. But when I first saw it, I said, wait a minute. This isn't right. It's not pinky, it's thumb. I remember I did this. I used the hand measurements, the pinky and the thumb, to go 20 or 25 degrees. I remember my fist was roughly 5 degrees.
The fist. I was going to ask about the fist. Don't I remember something about fist as well? Because I remember covering the moon with my thumb back in the early days of being
right. That's how you did it.
Astronomer. Absolutely.
Because we didn't have technology. We didn't have phones to tell me what was what. So we used to navigate the sky using these techniques. Like if I could find the pointing star in the Big Dipper, you know, I could use 25 degrees to find the next star. And not only that, it was critical back in the day, because when I wanted, back in the 90s, when I wanted to get my 8-inch telescope tracking, it wasn't easy, man. You had to find a big major star, and then you had to know the names of 2 other stars that were pretty big stars so that you could set your tracking. If you weren't going to do a polar alignment. So that's how I remember all this. I used that stuff, but the first time I saw use your pinky at arms, like I said, no. But lo and behold, you know, next night I'm out there doing it, and sure as hell, my pinky's covering the moon. I'm going, time warp? What the hell just happened here? I can't wrap my mind around this. I was here in the 90s using my thumb, and then I saw Apollo 13 again, and I saw Tom Hanks do it twice. I measured the moon, I measured his thumb, and they're demonstrating what I used to do in that movie.
That's bizarre, isn't it? So just passing it back to Chris. What is it we were looking at there, Chris? With that's you covering it up with a cardboard tube to rule out any sort of lens flare. Is that right?
Yeah. First, I'll show what it looks like without that on there.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Are you screen sharing, Chris? Yeah.
That's a nice bit of kit.
Oh, just give me a second.
Very nice.
You see that little tiny thing that says Coronado on top? That's your viewfinder. And it's a pinhole.
Wow.
I can't see anything on there. What?
It's the little tiny tube
top of the bracket.
The
right here.
Black section.
Gotcha.
Right.
Bloody hell.
I would have
Right.
expected it to be much bigger on that scope.
Yeah,
Nope,
when you,
thanks,
when you
Mead.
got it when you got it lined up, you can see a bright. There's like oh, not quite a transparent film at the end of it. And when you got it lined up, it's centered in this, like for you to aim at the sun.
Right, it gets bright. That's the only way you know.
So is this designed to work with a camera, or like you said, you had a hell of a problem rigging up the camera to it and getting the focus right and everything, and I feel your pain on that one as well. But did
Well,
you have
look
the
at it.
same problem, Crrow?
Yeah, look at it, man. Does that look very balanced and gainly with that big ass DSLR hanging off the end of it? I'm doing this on top of my telescope, so it will track. There's no tracking mechanism here. He's just using a tripod, so he's got to even track by hand.
And so the mount you have set up with yours was some kind of like mechanized one, right?
Well, it's my 11-inch scope. So I get my 11-inch scope, I line it up on the sun, and I get it tracking. Well, I set everything up first, but the point is my big telescope is piggybacking this on top of it. And so my big scope is tracking. But you see what he's doing here? And I'll let Chris take it away. He did exactly what I did. I'm thinking there's got to be something I'm missing. This has to be lens flare. So I'm getting a tube like he did. But anyhow, go ahead, Chris, tell him.
Yeah, so like Crrow was just saying, when you put this long tube on there, that pretty much eliminates any outside refraction or extra light that's coming in at any angles. You're just looking through this narrow tube. And the longer you make this tube, the less of a chance you have of any refraction. And if you use black, even better, because you have, if it's any other color, you're going to get a little refraction down through the tube.
Yep.
So this black here, I think, is bulletproof as far as showing
So do
that
I.
you're eliminating all the refraction or extra light coming in from any other angle.
You got a hard time proving otherwise, really, when you look at that setup. Did you get that setup, the idea from Crrow? Because he'd done this before as well, hadn't he?
Yes, he mentioned putting a cardboard tube over it.
Awesome.
Yeah, but anyone using a scope, I mean, if Chris never would have heard me, I'm betting, brass pennies, he would have done the same thing. I'm guessing did you do the light blocking with your hand, Chris?
Yes.
Yeah. So you basically just take your hand and cover up the end of the scope to try to determine if there's any possible lens flare. I'll tell you another thing. When you're shooting with a scope like this, if you have your camera set on automatic, which I don't recommend, I always recommend you know what you're doing and have the right settings. But if you set it on automatic, the camera will always try to adjust the lighting for you. If you block the end of the scope while you're looking at the sun and then unblock it, sometimes you can see all these things on the sun as the camera tries to readjust. So that's just a tip I would offer.
Yeah, I run mine in manual.
Yeah, you have to. If you know what you're doing, you do. But if you do go to auto and you do light blocking with your hand while pointed at the sun, as it overexposes and then corrects itself, sometimes you can pick up all these details you can't see otherwise.
Oh, well, I'll try that. Can you guys see this now?
Yep.
Okay, this is the one where it's up and to the left. There's the actual sun that we see, and here's the second one coming in up and to the left.
And look how oblong it is. That's another very interesting thing. I've shot it not quite round, but that's really oblong.
It is weird because there are sort of subtle differences between the two objects. That's completely round.
Well, there's another thing before Chris continues. On one of the versions that I have, there's a prominence on the lower right limb of the moon, and you can just see barely on the sun we don't see, or the second object, a blurry where that prominence should be.
Right, as in, sorry, so there was
as if that other object was projecting the source of what we see.
because we're not ruling that out either, are we? Because there is a point that there's a little bit in the clip or the film that you put out, a teaser on this, when Chris, you had the telegraph wire or electric wire running through the sun, through the apparent sun, and then you were saying that it couldn't be seen on the visible sun, but as a lot of commenters pointed out, there was a a sort of distortion. I think you mentioned it earlier, didn't you, Crow?
Yeah, you can't see it on the sun. We see with our eyes, you can't see it, but you can see a line where the color has changed. You see, if you understand how a hydrogen alpha scope works, that's impossible. Because if there is a line in front of the sun, you will see it. I've filmed birds going across the sun with the hydrogen alpha scope, and these other weird things that I've shot, you know, going across the moon. I've shot those things going across the sun. So these tiny little points will show up in the hydrogen alpha, but it doesn't really matter because he's proved it. When he looks at the other object, you can see clear as day, there's a wire going. When you pan back, there's a color change where the wire should be, but there's no wire. And that is proof of something critically important.
Yeah. Do we know what? Because that's, I mean,
my guess would be that the thing we're not seeing with our eyes, the second object, whatever the heck we're going to end up calling it, is the source for what we are seeing.
So yeah, it's the source, and what we do see is what makes it through our atmosphere, or
well, there's another possibility.
Dare I say it, the hard fast dome.
Yeah, there's another possibility, and I knew you were going to say it. The other possibility is that the sun, what we see, is causing a reflection on the barrier, the firmament, the dome, whatever people want to think it is. That's another possibility. But you see, that becomes a bit hard to accept because it's not diffuse enough, and you can see the edge. It appears more like, to my mind, like if I was looking through thick wavy glass, that's what it looks like. But the other option would be the reflections on the glass on the same side I am, but it's a reflection. Of those two options, I currently lean towards the whole religious analogy. There's one God, but there's three, but there's really one. That idea, if Fulcanelli and all the old alchemists were speaking truth, or not encoding beyond my ability to understand, that's where I'm at for the moment with what I have.
So then that begs the question, have you caught the third object?
Third object would be the moon.
Oh, you think that's what you mean by the trilogy? Okay.
And that's why that other one would be oblonged if it's reflecting off a dome. That's why that other one might be a little bit off shape.
Bit ecliptical, yeah. Because
Well,
you're
it's
not looking
different,
at it straight on, maybe.
Well, it's a different shape too. I have it not quite round, but what he just showed us is really oblong. But the problem with all this is, and so okay, so there's a barrier. What shape is the surface of it facing us? What's it made at? You know, we don't know anything about it. So it just.
But let me just clarify for anyone who's watching this, listen to this for the first time, or is not familiar with it. The second sun, the sun that we're seeing, or whatever we're calling it, the sun that we're seeing to the left and slightly up, is not visible with the human eye most of the time. But you're saying, Crow, that it is visible at certain times of the day. Is that right?
Well, yeah, sure. And this is a hypothesis, but I think it could be proven correct. At sunrise and sunset, I suspect that you can pick up the second object in the visual spectrum with just regular tools. Also, I think it's been proven sufficiently for me that during a solar eclipse, if you overexpose the sun we know being eclipsed, this dimmer, smaller object off to one side will be an exact mirror replica, which was filmed by many, many people who didn't understand that they were overexposing the eclipse. And that was in visual spectrum. So yes.
Let me ask this. Have you seen the footage from the eclipse airplane where the guy's kind of shooting over the shoulder and you see the object that's basically in the shape of the small dipper, the little dipper? With like 3 or 4 objects, you know? So that's what I was asking earlier about, had you filmed the second object in the sun area? Because I've seen footage with that. I've seen footage from Donnie of Daytona showing 4 objects traveling into the cloud that seem to be one sun if they come out the other side. I'm just wondering if there's not more up there, like in the Chinese mythology, or there's the dragon.
You know what's really intriguing about all this is there's this really, really old natural science alchemical idea where we can logically work out that if there were people 1,000 or 2,000 years ago, before all this modern stuff we do now, They knew the sky damn well because that was the be all and end all, right? They needed to know for planting or any other number of reasons. They were expert for their time at the night sky.
Right.
How the hell come they didn't know that Neptune was there or Uranus? I guess Pluto could be excused because it's the dimmest damn thing you'll ever see, even through a big telescope. But let's just concentrate on Uranus and Neptune, all right? How is it that they couldn't tell those things were there? You can see them with your eye. So what was said back by the adepts was that as soon as human consciousness raises, you'll be able to detect the luminaries when your vibrational rates, is how they describe it, or your level of consciousness increases enough. And that's hard to dismiss, because why didn't all those expert, you know, they knew there were rings on Saturn back then without lenses. How'd they know, right? So the idea here is that there's even more luminaries, but we have to sufficiently raise our consciousness to be able to detect them.
Well, speaking about that, I mean, how far back does the history of the black sun go, and Rahu and Ketu and all this sort of thing?
And for
Well,
that matter, the history of there not being a moon in our sky, how far back was that?
Yeah, I would say Rahu and Ketu go back as far as civilization. Those are the Vedic ideas. That's some of the oldest stuff going.
Absolutely.
For my money.
And
for my money
invisible.
too. Yeah, for my money too. Rahu and Ketu cause every eclipse, solar or lunar.
Absolutely. Yes.
And I'll be right back, guys. I got to use the restroom real quick.
Surely. In fact, we're actually overdue for our top of the hour or whatever break, or are we going to just let this roll?
I think we got to just let this roll. I think we can come back and post and split it up.
Cut it in half. That sounds good to me then, because it
different
sure is
bits out of
rolling hard. I'd hate to mess it up right now.
Yeah, I think that's probably the best idea. We'll just let it run. I don't want to waste 10 minutes of Crow's time anyway. There's too much good information to get out of there. And it'll take us at least 10 minutes to get to a break and back.
Well, Chris, could you talk us through what it is you're showing on the screen? And
Yeah. Now, a few minutes ago, I showed it was up and to the left. Now, this is one I went out and done last week. And as you can see, there's the sun that we can see, and there's the second sun. Now it's down and to the right. And I went out earlier today and got the same thing where it's down and to the right.
oh, wow.
Midday.
And it's also, if we were saying it was egg-shaped or oblong before, it's now 45 degrees on a slant,
Absolutely.
wouldn't you say?
Morphed, yep.
Yes.
Interesting.
So yeah, this is the one that's down and to the right. And then I'll go back to this one.
What time was
So
this?
you
today?
can't so you can't pan back and capture them both at the same time.
No, there's no way to pan out enough, or there's no zoom.
Don't work that way.
Yeah. But
Frustrating,
yes, that would be the one bulletproof way to do it, but there's absolutely no way that you can do it.
I wonder if somebody could rig up maybe some type of lens stack, filter stack on one of these, you know, Coolpix 9 or 1000s and make that happen. Get both objects in and out zooming.
Well, it's the only way you can pick this up is with the double stack hydrogen alpha telescope.
But that's what I'm saying. There wouldn't be any way to ever replicate that with enough lenses and filters stacked up on a really high-end DSLR camera, or not ever.
I
I don't know enough about
investigated
the
this
hydrogen
one.
alpha and what it actually does. I mean, I'm definitely low-end a backyard astronomer compared to this rig you guys are toting.
Yeah, this thing cuts out almost 100% of the light. It
Wow.
barely lets any light in at all.
Wow. Yeah.
So
that
Bob
would be hard to do.
Bob in chat asked, what if you had two of them side by side?
God,
The hydrogen alphas side by side.
Uh-huh. I wonder if, I mean, I guess you
Oh,
could do
I
it.
see what he's getting at.
yeah.
Could I
Nope.
maybe just share for a second? I had a little look at what was
You
happening
want
in
to
the
screen
week.
share?
Yeah, just give me. Let me see if I can do it for you guys.
Morning, Adam.
All right, boys. Yeah, for you guys.
I did think you'd fallen asleep there for a sec.
I've been listening. I've been saying in chat all day. I can't wait to listen tonight. Okay, so hopefully, give me 1 second.
Iron Realm, the home of the pregnant pause.
Okay, can you see that?
Right, I was waiting to. I knew you were coming in, John.
He said,
Too
"Give him
slow.
a second." I was giving him a second.
All right, I'm back.
Is that a cosmic second or a... Hey, Crow. You didn't miss anything, don't worry.
It's a
We're waiting
So
for
what
Adam.
is this, Adam? That
This
you're
was
showing us?
this was I was looking for second sun stuff, and this is a guy doing a number of observations through a welding glass, and he's observed the same thing.
Well, it's pretty convincing because the lens, one thing about lens flares is if you move the position of the camera and you have something fixed like the sun to look at, the flare will change distance like you see here, but the one object is staying equidistant, which tells you that it's whatever the hell we're going to call what Chris and I filmed.
But there's actually 3, well, even 4 if you're looking at this, that are staying still, aren't they? They're
Thank you.
coming out at 7 o'clock.
I think you're looking at 2 objects, the 2 white ones. I think all the rest of it is
The
lens.
rest are lenses, yeah.
But why are the other 2 that are below the legitimate ones not moving around with the lens flare that is moving around? You can see those.
Probably has to do with the filtering device that he's using.
I just think it's just so difficult to.
You gotta pay your dues. You gotta do the pain and suffering, because you get an experiential kind of awareness. I'm sure maybe Chris can speak this. I had it for the moon in spades, to the point where certain nights my wife and I would sit down and we would say to each other, the moon looks different. We're looking at a fully lit moon, so there's not really any crater shadowing, but it looks like it's more 3D and textural. And then on another night, the moon's fully lit, it looks more flat. And so we began talking about this, and as fate would have it, Randy from Houston, we were shooting together one night and we began to talk about this thing, and Randy goes, I know exactly what you're talking about. And then we brought up this other weird experiential point where we were talking about this, where some nights it's just texturally looks different, something different about it. Hard to explain, and it's not captured well using a DSLR camera. But then I was telling him on some nights I sit down to shoot the full moon, and I can focus the top part of the moon and most of the bottom, but there'll be one spot on the moon that's not in focus. So then I'll go focus that part and the other parts will go out of focus. So I start spinning lenses, doing all this crap with eyepiece, all this other stuff. And he says, I had the exact same thing. And lo and behold, it was the exact same portion of the moon that was out of focus for both of us.
How
So
bizarre.
you get these experiential things that, I mean, you're not going to have a conversation with anyone who hasn't done it because they're, they don't have any frame of reference.
No, but I understand about the contextual, the level of details and things that you can see in it. I mean, being a smoker, I go out, 3, 4, 5 times a night, and if the moon's there, then I'm stood there looking at it basically. And I understand what you're saying. It's but not obviously to this degree of filming it and seeing these flares and other things. Sorry, Walt.
No, that's fine. I was about to say, Adam, whenever this is over, give me the screen for a minute. One of the first things I did when I was trying to figure out what the hell is going on with all this crazy flat earth stuff is went out to the beach in my area to see what I could film with the sun. Because I mean, in the model I was given, the sun should not be going away and to the right. That's not right. So let me go see. So I went out, did my thing. Over the years, I realized that what I captured on that was probably sun flare reducing as it went away, granted, but definitely not any kind of observational proof with a tablet, no less, not even a good cell phone. But I did figure out some filtration to try to capture some sun. And in one of those, let me see, how do I share here? I've completely lost the thread. There it is. Screen. In one of the first setups, I didn't like what I had done, so I moved the camera. And when I went back, this little 3-second blip of footage, there's something to the bottom and left of the sun that does not move in relation to the sun. Seems very orb-like, doesn't seem lens flare. And you see lens flares moving all over the place as I pick up the tablet to move it. See it right here? It's really quick.
Yeah, right.
See how it seems like an orb being revealed as this flare moves, and it's there in the flare. You can see the little orb in the flare. See it?
Yeah. I'll tell you what.
See, you're demonstrating what I said about the eclipse. The sun is way overexposed here.
Yeah.
It's for you to pick up that dimmer thing, whatever it is, if it
whatever it is, right? That was my first.
If it's a version of what we're doing, it goes to show you that if you want to shoot in visual spectrum,
I'm trying to pause it. It won't. There it goes.
You need to overexpose the. See how the sun is way overexposed? If you had not overexposed the sun, I would be willing to bet you wouldn't have picked up what you did on the left there. So anyone who wants to go to replicate this with just a regular camera in visual normal spectrum, let way too much light in, so the sun looks like this, way overexposed, and that's how you look around for this object, and do the reverse of that, underexpose the hell out of it and look around. But I know certainly overexposing garners results.
Well, I'll tell you what, if nothing else, Walt, this is going to get people going back into their archives of footage and dragging up stuff. You never know what we're going to pull out from the hive mind at this stage.
Yeah, so I thought I was coming, Crrow. I thought I was coming here today, and I come in here blind. I didn't know what, other than the two suns thing, I didn't know what you were going to talk about. But I thought it was going to be like seeing two sunsets at the same time, and you'd filmed it, that sort of thing. There's plenty of footage out there now of two suns. I've got two close mates that saw one here where I live on the same day. What do you think about that? So yeah, about right on sunset, he looked west, there's a sunset, and he looked south, and there was another one. What do you think about that?
I said 2 years ago that I suspect at rise and set in the visual spectrum you can detect these things. And here's another thing to consider, and I know it seems hippy-dippy, but I accept it as way more valuable than hippy-dippy. What if the world consciousness during this awakening has lifted enough that now we are able to detect this other thing we couldn't detect before? Think about that.
Absolutely. And that's why the hell
is that a possibility? If that, if there's any accuracy to these really old ideas of alchemy and natural science, that's a possibility here. Well, when you tell me your mates saw two suns at set, I predicted that might be a doable thing 2 years ago.
When you say detect, we're able to detect these things, do you mean we're just able to see them because something's been lifted, or
our consciousness has been lifted? So it's a bit like this. Let's consider that in the 1960s, we were all wearing welding masks. And as the time went on and our conscious lifted, slowly that welding mask became more see-through, less tinted. Maybe that's a good analogy. The idea here being the same idea as the luminaries. How in the hell could all these supposed ancient sky watchers not have known about Uranus and Neptune? How is that possible? And yet now they're listed commonly. Everyone, I've looked at them through my telescope, they're there. But then here, lo and behold, writers in the 1800s who claim to be adepts are telling us, wait a minute, there's way more luminaries. You just got to wait till your consciousness gets to the level that allows you to detect them, or for the sake of argument, see them.
And this may also be where the detecting that we're not on a spinning ball comes from as well, and then the huge tidal wave of people that are waking up to that fact.
I can tell you who started that scam. Galileo Galilei. He was a ninja agent of the Pope. They did such a clever damn thing. First of all, they, everything was ruled biblically, we are told at that time. So here's a man named after Jesus' stomping ground, right? Galilee. So you can already see the name game going on there. But this man comes up with something that goes against scripture. All of a sudden the sun's the middle of everything. And the Pope says, you can't do that. That goes against scripture. I'm going to hang you, arrest you. Well, okay, we'll just do house arrest, I guess. And we'll ban your book. Well, your book's not really banned, but you can't say those things. In less than 100 years, the military arm of the Vatican, the Jesuit order, was teaching what Copernicus and Galileo laid down. I just started going back through the accounts of the sun and the church, and to me, it looks like that's the exact time when everything spinning around got put on the table. And by the way, openly stated is going against biblical scripture of the time. And they kept citing the passage, I forget which one it is, where the sun will stop in the sky.
Well, this is where it cracks me up when I get atheists on my timeline, or I see them commenting on the flat earth stuff and say, you know, claiming science is their god, and without actually realizing that the so-called science they're espousing is literally was put forward by the Catholic Church and, like you say, the Jesuits.
The Jesuits, absolutely. Less than 100 years after they supposedly put Galileo under arrest and for some reason banned his book and then didn't ban his book. I guess they didn't get around to apologizing to their double agent until modern era. Point is the Jesuit order was reportable only to the Pope at that time. It was a bit like the ninja arm of the Vatican. Those folks, here's the way I think it probably went down. So they go back to Ptolemy's Almagest, which is like one of the oldest supposed astronomical accounts we have. The Vatican uses what Ptolemy put forward to understand the sky again, presuming that everyone somehow lost information. Maybe that's true, maybe it's not. But anyhow, they're pointing to Ptolemy's Almagest, which I'm trying to read now, but my math skills aren't sufficient. So I've got some other engineers and friends that follow that I've handed that off to who do have math skills. Anyhow, so the church ups its game. Pretty soon, they're using the cathedrals to put pinholes and track these sun tracking lines across the middle of their cathedrals, right? And they're showing equinoxes and these other things. But I figure, going through this coverage with a common sense mind, I was able to figure out Galileo was the double agent ninja. They used Ptolemy, then defamed Ptolemy, then started teaching what they supposedly jailed Galileo for. But in the meantime, the whole argument of why they need to be astronomers is this. We need to be able to tell everyone when Easter is, and we need enough lead time so we can all celebrate it on the same day. Anything less is unacceptable. That's the excuse they're using. So here they come, make these bogus calendars, and this is all around Easter. And it dawned on me at one point, this is a load of horsepucky. Since the beginning of time, human beings have known when the spring equinox is. What the Catholic Church back then was saying is we want the first Sunday after the first full moon of the spring equinox. So what they're trying to do to celebrate Easter is say we have an equinox, then we have the first full moon, and the nearest Sunday after that first full moon is what we're going to call Easter, but we can't possibly do it, and there's all these calculation nonsense. From the beginning of time, people have been building stone structures and otherwise that would point the equinox sun down a doorway. They knew when it was. So how the hell hard is it to figure out when the first full moon and then a Sunday after that is? It's all ludicrous. The whole argument is ludicrous. And this is how they introduced what we now call NASA cosmology, which most of us here don't accept.
Yeah, couldn't agree with you more. Chris, did you want to take back control of the screen, or Crrow, are you able to screen share as well so that we can sort of...
I don't have anything prepped up actually, and
that's what I thought. So I thought
I'd have to dig.
Yeah, so I know.
Well, we can show the video he put up. It's on our channel, his channel, whatever, that shows his footage of the second sun if we wanted to. Or did you already show that earlier? You sure did, didn't you?
I think I had it playing in the background a little bit, yeah, but I'm pretty sure Chris has got some stuff he wants to show us as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I've got some stuff keyed up. So the next one I'm going to move on to is what I did was, I think this is a couple weeks ago, might have been longer, but this has kind of tortured me trying to figure out whether this is refraction within the telescope or what exactly it is, if it even is a second sun. So what I did, one day I'm sitting here, I'm like, oh, I got cloud cover. So I went out and I set it up, and the whole reason for doing this was to see if I could catch different cloud cover over the second sun than the apparent sun. So can you see the screen?
Great thinking. I love it. Yes. Yes, I see it.
Okay, so you can see where the cloud cover is on this?
Yes.
So let's go down to the other one. You can see different cloud cover over each object.
You know, Chris, when we start shooting in tandem at exactly the same time, one of the things we're going to need to do is put one of us on the second object and one of us on the sun we see, among other things. But of course, we're going to have to try to figure out angular distance, which is always...
You may have stepped away for a break a moment ago, Crow, when Bob in chat suggested shooting two set up side by side for that very reason, I think.
Well, we won't be side by side.
All right, you guys are
but,
definitely not going to be, but just, you know, if we could ever make that happen, that would be a great event for everybody.
We're going to have, we'll make it happen. But we, you know, it took me 3 years, and just by chance reading the right quote that gave me the epiphany to go back and make the announcement I did. And then lo and behold, here's Chris, which makes it a lot easier because I'm not the only guy standing out here wearing a flak jacket.
Right.
maybe you guys could just elaborate a little bit on, I know Chris has shown the cloud cover here, Chris, and maybe why you could demonstrate that maybe two side-by-side scopes aren't necessary as the cloud cover demonstrates.
It would be, it's not, two side-by-side scopes is not a thing we can replicate the way that we're, see, because if Chris had two scopes there, he could point one at each object from the same apparent angle that he's viewing from and demonstrate, look, the cloud cover is different or whatever. What I can do is we can shoot simultaneously, but the cloud cover in my area or anything else will be vastly different, including the angle that we shoot at. You see, that's key too, because I can say, have Chris on the phone and say, Chris, go over the second object. Okay, we're both on the second object.
Well, is that not what Chris is demonstrating here, even in this local range?
He's proving that spatially, these two things, one of which we know to be the sun, are spatially there and spatially different. That's what he's demonstrating.
I just think it's amazing that you guys didn't know each other before Wednesday, and now you're actually
which is
coordinating.
And I love this live research. This is amazing.
He contacted me, and what was it about, Chris? The lunar wave or something like that?
Yeah, I thought I'd captured the lunar wave at the same time that you did, but I had the time zones backwards. And that was the one and only time I contacted you, I think.
Did you catch a lunar wave?
No.
I was going to say, I thought I was pretty much aware. I think over 30 people have. Of course, been filmed twice in front of Jupiter now, which tells us all something critically important.
That is new, isn't it?
Well, it goes to show you, you know, is there a boundary there? Is Wernher von Braun's headstone coded to 9/11 telling us all something true? And I would estimate a headstone isn't there to lie to you.
So there was a astronaut in the ISS recently, the Jacques Saint something or other or something, I don't know. But apparently there was a Russian launch, I guess, of one of these resupply rockets.
Okay, well, I'll imagine that. Go ahead.
Yeah, put it together in your head. Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay, I've got the fake image. Go.
All right, so Chris, what I'm going to do is I'm going to share my screen real quick and just show this picture. Chris, if you want to get that lined up, I'm just going to share really quick. It's not going to take long, and hopefully it'll come through all right. So I guess this is the shot out of the ISS.
I got one like that out of my ashtray at the moment.
And that's exactly what it looks like.
Where's the arc of the launch that we always see?
Thank you. Exactly.
But now look at, so there's a little white speck right here, which I think is supposed to be the rocket here, but this fume just seemed to be sort of collecting all sort of right here at a very specific boundary, and it doesn't go any further. It's not being dissipated out into the vacuum of infinite space. It's all just sort of coming up and then collecting at this one specific boundary. It's not being pulled back down with the heavier particles of exhaust would, as you would think with, you know, gravity and all that stuff. It just comes up and then collects all right here, whatever this strange boundary is. I don't know. It's weird. I
Well,
saw
it has to go beyond 100,000 miles now to get to that vacuum of space, right?
Well, it doesn't match anything we've been shown. How many people have done a Google search for a rocket launch where someone held the shutter open, so it's a still, but it shows the complete parabolic arc of the rocket? And it's not only that, there used to be plenty of video where you could see the rockets coming back down. They're, oh no, it's following the curvature of the, it's like, come on.
Downrange, my favorite phrase of
Target acquired the ocean.
Right.
Hence the Bermuda Triangle. Basically.
It's hard to miss the ocean, so they always hit their target.
And wasn't it the case that something like 2 months after the first Cape Canaveral launch, there were news headlines that started about the Bermuda Triangle?
Yep.
It was something ridiculous. The timing was just unbelievable.
You got to have your mysteries, man, or everyone goes sane.
Yeah, whenever I see those images like you just put up, have you ever looked into laser Wakefield acceleration?
I have not.
Oddly, I haven't either.
Laser Wakefield acceleration?
Yes.
Huh. Nope. Nope.
That's exactly the same pattern that it makes. But they do it within a laboratory, but I think they're experimenting with the atmosphere with the same thing.
School us on that a bit.
Some kind
Chris.
of new propulsion system?
I wished I had some of the research kicked up, but we can get into it at a later time. But if you look up laser Wakefield acceleration and start looking into that, it looks just like the images you were just showing.
I think we jokingly glanced over a headline, but didn't dig into the story about robots using lasers to fly to asteroids, and it was just such a ridiculously sci-fi sounding headline that we just laughed and went on to the next real story, or not real space lettuce, I'm sure, but that may be the very thing you're talking about, man.
Yeah, it's laser and plasma Wakefield acceleration. They get that same pattern with it. And it's been a while since I looked into it, but I forget why they're trying to do it on a big scale. Yeah, there you go.
And what do you think?
Science, I don't understand. It's just my job 5 days a week.
Interesting. Wow. Okay, I got to find something. Hang on.
A lot of scholarly papers. Everything looks like it's probably going to be pretty heady.
I'll tell you what, Chris,
Let's
when we
tuck in. Come on.
start reading, Josh.
What's a picosec?
Joking. Chris, when you do get the share back on that, whatever you've got, show it quick, because we're clearly going to wrestle it off you at any moment.
I don't have anything kicked up on that yet. I just, when you
No, not on that. On what we were talking about before you got. Because there's things you've shown, like the wagon wheeling effect of the sunspots on the sun, and how it's not the sunspots wagon wheeling, and you can show that because you've got the sodium alpha filter. Sorry,
Hydrogen.
Well, just to cut in
alpha.
there,
Go on then.
Chris, take charge,
Yes,
mate, because
John.
you're getting irrued in terms of your screen sharing. It's a bit like listening to Iro on Globebusters. As soon as he gets it up, it's off. So, come on, son. Let's chat out, Bob.
Yeah, I'll just show this cloud cover one more time to sink it in. That right there, you can see the absolute difference in the cloud cover between the two objects.
Yep, proves
See,
spatial.
that nails it. That nails it down.
There's no argument. Yeah. And not only that, that would be difficult. Well, anyhow, it proves it. Yeah.
And why is that in black and white?
Well, that's what I did. Let's see, I'll go up to.
Probably makes the clouds more visible, right?
Exactly, because if it's in what I shot it in, then the cloud cover's hard to pick up.
Gotcha.
But if I put it in the black and white, it actually brings out the cloud cover, so it's extremely easy to see the details.
Chris, back up slightly to show the wire over the second object.
I was going to say, have you got the wire one lined up?
It's like 10 frames behind where he is right now. Oh, I just saw it before you switched before.
There it is.
Yeah.
Okay, so everybody think carefully about this. What you're looking at is the sun that we don't see with our eyes, or what we'll call the second object, right? This is a phone line, and he's using the hydrogen alpha scope, which proves beyond the shadow of doubt that a near object that is dark enough will appear. But go over to the sun we see with our eyes. So look, you can see the color difference where the wire is, but the wire is not there. And that starts to speak directly to the sun we see, which this is, being a projection of the other object.
Or, Crow, that line that we can see is the wire, but it's hugely magnified.
Nope, can't be, because it doesn't work that way. He's got his scope set up, right? He's not changing any magnification value, anything, nothing. As a matter of fact, I have filmed enough things that are small transiting the sun that if there were a wire there, it would look exactly as it did in the first shot that he showed you.
But what I'm saying is that that first one with the wire, if it's projecting this image here, then it may not be projecting its entire image. It'd be projecting an enlarged image,
can you go back to the image
we're actually seeing, but
but that's not the point. The point is this: there's a wire, you can see it. Now if you go over to the other thing, and we're looking at the same object somehow, the wire has to be there. What we see is a hint of where the wire is, but there is no wire.
But isn't one of them up and to the left, and so they're different? So they're in different spots.
But it doesn't matter. Point is you know what, Chris? Would be, since you clearly have a space where there's a wire that you can shoot, one of these days just shoot the regular sun with the wire in front of it to show everybody. You know, because you got to realize when he set up his scope, what did he do? He went out and he found this sun, the one we see with our eyes, and he set up his scope. He got focus, he set his etalon, he adjusted the double stack, he did it all on this object, which means if there was a wire, you would see it. Then he shifted over the other object. Oh, look, there's a wire. Yeah. Again, it's the same game as the clouds, proving the spatial difference, but it's more because we can see where the wire should be, which to me speaks directly to the idea that the first object is projecting or providing the image of the sun we see. There's one God, but there's three gods, but there's one God kind of idea.
Yeah, I'm sort of on the same line. Chris, could you go back to the one with the wire in it? I'm going to attempt something here. Forgive me. Right, so how do I do a circle? Can anyone tell me? Text, draw.
Oh, how to draw
circle.
On it?
Gotcha. There.
The stance
now, what if that is what we're seeing in the other sun? Do you see what I mean?
Yeah, say that again.
So you see that red circle?
Loud and clear.
So what if the extremes of that red circle is the sun in the next image? Is the it's so difficult to explain. Can you flick to the next sun, Chris? There. And then, so that's the red circle would be this circle. Yeah. But in the other screen,
I know what you
anyone
mean, John. Yeah, I know what you mean.
Well, one thing I just noticed is you see inside your circle that little spot.
Yeah.
Go back to the sun we don't see and see if that spot's sitting there. Oh no, it's on the, sorry, that's on the lens. Okay, or it's on the
I
camera.
thought it was lens related. I was going to
No,
ask.
it's on his camera sensor.
Yeah.
Well, see, I also have, no, because that wouldn't look the same. I have a scratch on one of my camera lenses.
What I'm telling you is this is in the same way my accidental camera pan on the 2012 lunar wave was important. This footage here is equally as important. You can see where the wire should be, but it's not there, but you can see where it should be.
Now, Chris, you were going to try and do this with a mountain range, weren't you?
Yeah, we got the mountains. I was going to set up and wait for a mountain peak to eclipse one of these.
Oh, yeah. Nice.
That's awesome. And I don't want that to get lost exactly at what Crrow just said about how important this footage is. And that's one of the things that really struck me on Wednesday was, you know, for Crrow's level of excitement when he saw this.
Well, a bunch of people in the comments section said, well, wait a minute, the wire's there. And I said it wasn't. Well, clearly the wire's not there, but there is like a color differential of where it should be, or a shadow, or an ephemera, whatever English word we could make up to try to describe what we can't describe. The point is I have enough experience with hydrogen alpha scopes to understand clearly, no matter what, if there was a wire there, you're going to see it. As a matter of fact, if a bird is a few thousand feet away from me, I will see that. Might not be in focus, but you will see it. And most of the time it is. You ever notice that too, Chris, when you're using a big scope on the moon, your depth of field is tighter than the moon? With these hydrogen alpha scopes, your depth of field comes way, way back from the sun.
Yeah, exactly.
You know?
And that's why I think this could be such a historic episode of what we're doing right here, right now, talking about raising people's consciousness in order for them to be able to see these things that weren't obvious before.
From my point of view, it's potentially a possibility, a strong possibility in my mind, that the awakening, the lifting of human consciousness is what is allowing people like Chris and myself to detect these objects.
Now look at what,
in other words, if we had the same tools 20 years ago, we wouldn't have seen it. We wouldn't have captured it on video. We would have been oblivious to its existence.
Now, could I just say something?
John, think about the awakening that has happened just because of the lunar wave that you captured.
Well, I think I mean, you can say that and you're not wrong, but I think maybe more correctly is that we were ready for that. The 2012 lunar wave capture was providence beyond anything I've ever experienced. Everything that had to happen in a split second happened, and the things that did happen went against everything the way that I have always operated. I always stay centered on the moon. I don't pan below the moon. It's how my wife shoots. She likes to look around. I'm so afraid that I'm going to sit there for 5 hours, pan away from the moon, then miss something, and then cry about it all night. So I stay on the moon. But not only that, so I pan down, don't even notice the wave, pan back up, the wave touches the camera, and then I'm thinking, oh crap, something's failing. So I sit there, I film both waves, I'm like, wow, it was really weird. And I reach over to delete the clip, which I have never not done when I have reached over. Every time I've deleted it, and for some reason I didn't. It's providence. It's almost like the opposite of what you said is true, is that I was at a sufficient point that it was time for it to happen. Maybe.
Yeah, that's true. But
yeah, that's a nice shot.
Chris,
all of the people that saw your lunar wave on YouTube and clicked on that, and just because of that ended up going down a whole new rabbit hole where now they're questioning their everything around them.
Clearly it helped start the flat earth movement, but I think what Chris is showing us here is incredible.
Right, that was my mind is breaking. How is this rotation happening? What the hell?
Over what period of time, Chris?
This was over 12 hours.
Okay, do it again from the start.
Okay, this would be the very beginning, like the first hour of the day, right around 6 o'clock. Now, if you watch, you'll get counterclockwise rotation.
See, this is equally as critical because it proves field rotation is hogwash. You can do it with the moon too.
Chris, can you just maybe make that full screen for me?
It goes backwards.
I don't think I can make it full
Not
screen
big,
and do a screen share.
Nah, don't worry about it, Chris. I can see it.
The two arrows down in the corner there, don't that make it full screen?
Yeah, I'll see if it'll still go. See if you guys can still.
There you go. Perfect.
That's all.
It's a different image, but it's full screen. That's the wire.
See if I can get this.
Chris, what do you think? I mean, you know field rotation, you use a scope. Not only that, you polar align, so there is no field rotation. What does this mean to you?
Well, the whole reason why I did this was I was looking at parallactic angle, and then I got to thinking one day, I was like, well, if the heliocentric model is what they told us, I should be able to go out on a Saturday and do a time lapse throughout the entire day and go out the very next day, and there should be no difference in the parallactic angle or the rotation. So that's what I did. I did 10 weekends, 10 days back to back, a Saturday and a Sunday for 10 weekends. And every time I went out, there was a measurable difference in the parallactic angle from one day to the next.
What time of year was this?
It was throughout the summer.
So past June?
This one here, I believe, is July 20th.
So that's a pretty critical thing to think about because, of course, July 21, you're going to get the highest extent of the sun at the solstice of summer. This is, I mean, what's being shown here seems like a simple thing, but nobody knew this crap a few years ago. They're doing the same thing with the moon right now. Anyone could go look up field rotate, or what's it called, Chris?
Just
field
describe what Chris is showing just a little bit in maybe just
parallactic angle.
Yeah, we just describe what's being shown as you.
So see, Chris, are you polar aligned as you shot this? You can't be. Are you? Are you polar aligned as you shot this?
No, it was on just a regular tripod.
Okay, so equatorial. That makes perfect sense. So basically, like a lot of people look up at the moon every night and they say, hey, something's wrong with the moon. It's upside down tonight. And what people don't realize is, like, if the moon was a pizza and there were like pepperonis on it, it would rotate as it goes through the sky from your point of view, rotate about 90 degrees over 6 hours. And we all assume this was true, field rotation and all these ideas. But now what's being shown is exactly what he's showing. There's a point where it goes counterclockwise. And then there's another point with the moon, anyhow, that I've seen recently where it speeds up as it's going into its clockwise rotation, which proves that the motion of either of these objects that we've been told about is incorrect.
Can I just nick the screen and share it, and then Adam can talk over while I'm just playing a video in the background?
Sure, and I'll just finish out with this. You can see at the beginning of the day, you got counterclockwise rotation. And then I wished I'd have filmed it a couple more or another half hour or so. But you can see at the very end of the day, you get your reverse counterclockwise rotation again. You get it at the beginning and the end of the day.
And when you say the end of the day, I mean, what kind of time are we talking? How far off the horizon?
It was probably 5. See, it's hard here because we have the mountains. So it was right before it went behind the mountains, right around 6 o'clock in the evening in July.
It's just hard to fathom, man. I can't even, you think about all the motions, you think about somebody, you think about all these ways things could be moving. And how do you explain that? I mean, I can't consider a model in my mind that explains this with the moon either, but they're both doing the same model.
I'm thinking about quantum locking. I'm thinking about any kind of, there's nothing that makes sense with it.
No, I've actually modeled this. If we had a circle going over our head and there was a dot, say at the 90 or the 0 degree mark in between, if you were standing at 0 degrees, say you're standing at the bottom of a ceiling fan.
Hold on, drop the share a minute, Chris, and I just want to play something in the background.
And if you were to watch that go all the way around you with the ceiling fan turning, the dot would stay at the top. But if you were to go to maybe halfway out to the 45-degree mark, you would watch it and it would rotate 90 degrees as you turn. And then if you went to where it was directly above your head, it would look like it was doing 180 degrees. I have a video on this where Phuket Word, it was actually Nick. He's the one who showed me this, but I re-demonstrate it. Yeah, it works if it is pretty much a flat plate going over our head in a big swooping arc circle. It would look the same.
What's trippy too is with the moon, it also tilts slightly forward, right? Libration.
Yeah, I've heard that, but I don't think I've ever actually captured it.
I've seen it, and I've seen images that prove it. And it's very slight. It's just like a tiny degree or two or something. It's very slight.
Yeah, I've seen animations of it.
But then again, I can't, maybe I should rephrase what I just said. There are different craters you are told are over the horizon that you're seeing, but who really knows what's going on there?
This is what you were talking about, wasn't it, Zach?
Oh, by the way, Zach, you got to email me.
Will do. Yeah, this is the one right here. Those black dots are acting as sunspots, and I show you as I turn.
Yeah, you see it.
They turn, and they even do a counterclockwise.
Oh, I see.
Spots are.
That's a good. That's pretty brilliant.
Spots are at the bottom, 7 o'clock.
Zach is known for his sort of makeshift.
Comes over.
That's a
Now
brilliant.
they're at 1 o'clock.
That's the shit.
And that is a mirror image. That's why I was interested in the fact that Crow, you saw it at left 4, up 1, and Chris, you captured it at, what was it, down 1, right 4. That's an exact mirror image, and that would sort of explain this sort of rotation throughout the day or night.
I don't know, man, but Zach, that's damn skippy. That's pretty brilliant way of, you know,
Well, I have
as a
to give
rapper,
props
I'd say
to,
that's shiz-nizzle.
Phuket Word. Nick, he's the one who gave me the idea. I got it from him, so I can't take all the credit.
It's a good, no-nonsense idea, man. Well done.
Yeah, thanks, man.
Okay, I'll stop sharing. Back to you, Chris. Thanks for indulging me there. I was just...
So, Chris, do you think you got thousands of hours in with the solar scope by now?
Oh, yeah. I know like I said, the first summer I had it, I went out 10 or 11 weeks and spent 10 to 12 hours a day doing
Damn.
time.
You're like the king of this. I don't have that kind of time on the solar scope. I got that kind of time on the big scope. I don't even know how much time I got on the big, but I got to ask Chris, I mean, if you had to buy a solar scope all over again, I'm pretty sure it wouldn't be a Coronado. Have you looked at others that you think are good?
I think the other one's the Luna, I think.
Isn't it Lunt?
Lunt, yeah.
You like those? So do I.
They look a whole lot better, and they talk like the focus is much better. I don't like to focus on these. One of the ways that I was able to focus these pictures and get good surface features was I got a 32-inch flat screen TV, and I hooked my camera up to that, and I used that to focus with.
And then you got to shade everything. I know exactly what you're talking about. I did all these things. You know how I finally started getting focus is I released the tightening screws on the diagonal and I slide it in and out. I'm not even kidding. I've resorted to that kind of low budget, cheesy way of doing it. Yeah, I wish to hell I would have looked at Lunt. I fell for it. So did you.
Yeah. What I did is the one that you slide in and out, I put marks on it with a pencil.
There you go.
And I have 2 different filters. I got the 5 and the 10. And I've got pencil marks on there for each one. So when I put it in there, I just push it up, and then I use the fine focus for the very last real good detailed focus.
Well, I can tell that you've got way more hydrogen alpha skills than I do. I maybe started to have hundreds of hours when I had to subside there for a while, but you and I will be getting back to this because I'm not 100%. I'm convinced that it's two things. Whether that other thing ends up being a reflection or a projection, I don't know. Well, we can probably start to work that out. I hope it's the projection idea because it fits so nicely with the alchemical ideas. Three things that are one things that are three things that are actually one thing. It begins to unravel that riddle in a meaningful way. But I'll tell you, when we shoot from roughly 2,000 miles apart, I'm going to be very interested in the angle differential because the spatial difference between the two objects will be different on some level for you than it will be for me, and that will speak to us.
Yes. And the question earlier, as you can see on this, what's the, because there was a few people that thought the sunspots the disk of the sun stayed still, and the sunspots actually rotated themselves within the sun. But as you can see on this, with the surface features, you can see the surface features in the whole entire disk rotating.
That's right.
You got the flares. Then I just noticed this. It
proves the sun's not spinning, by the way, just so everyone listening knows. You're told the sun spins. Well, this is proof that it doesn't.
Well, compare this to the, what is it? Suspicious Observer and the, what do they call? Soho 1 and 2 or whatever, where it's showing this huge glowing plasma ball turning around.
Please, there's 3 satellites. Yeah, there's 3 satellites 93 million miles away, one on each side of the sun. Anyhow, Chris, we stepped on you. Go ahead, man.
Can you see down at the bottom left of this image?
The
it
prominence?
looks like it looks like a prominence with a little dot.
Yep.
Watch that.
Oh, wow.
I've seen those before where it looks like something is ejected off.
Wow.
Huh.
Are you just fast forwarding and rewinding? Fast forwarding. Are you leaving it playing or?
Basically, what I did is I go out and take these pictures like every half hour, and then I bring them in, and it takes a while to crop them and stack them exactly on each other.
Mm-hmm.
And then I have on my Mac, it'll turn those stacked pictures into a video.
Man, you got some skills, Chris.
Well,
Chris or Crow, I guess. Do you happen to remember off the top of your head what phase the moon was in when you happened to catch those double suns? Stan Smith in chat was asking.
Well, it's not that hard to figure out. Hold on. Give me a second.
I guess it probably wouldn't be with a little bit of...
I think there's metadata on Chris's image right there, isn't it? July 20th, 2016.
Yeah.
I've got a burning question for both of you, and it comes back to where Crow was saying that his theory about you could possibly see this in normal eye spectrum. For the numerous people that are going to go away from this and have access to, the horizon to watch the sun up or the moon up and the sun down, etc. What is it that you would do in an ideal situation to prove that it's not a reflection, or it is a reflection, or it's... What would you do to maximize your impact of the layman? What can they do? Can they hide it behind a telegraph pole? And do you know what I'm saying? Give us a layman's guide as to what you would like to see if they were able to catch the visible sun and the invisible sun at, let's say, sunset or sunrise.
I guess I don't understand. By the way, one of the days I shot at the moon was exactly 50% lit. Just so you know. Try to explain that one more time. I don't understand what you're...
Okay, say I now want to go out with my P900 and I want to see if I can prove your theory that you can indeed pick up the visible sun and the invisible sun on the horizon on the sunset or the sunrise, and what else do I need to do? Like Chris has got the electric wire, is trying to get the mountains. Is there something that you would suggest to be able to show that it's not a lens flare, that it's not some sort of...
With a camera or a scope?
With a camera.
So yeah, you go and you overexpose the sun. By the way, when the sun's low on the horizon, most cameras can point directly at it for at least a short period of time. I don't recommend doing it for minutes and minutes and minutes. You'll overheat something, but you overexpose the sun so it looks like a big white blob, and then you look all around for that dimmer object. Then you do the reverse of that. You underexpose it, so you've pinched down the light and you start to barely see the sun, and you look around. My guess is overexposing the sun. But you see, first you've got to demonstrate you can pick up the other object. After you prove you can, then ideas about light blocking and the things you were suggesting come into play.
Why
is that how you saw it for the first time?
No, the first time that I saw it was based on full spectrum shooting of the moon when I found a light spot in the sky, and I thought, is that the firmament? Is that the barrier? And so I said, maybe if that's true, I should be able to replicate it with the sun. So I accidentally, that was a quarter of a sky away from the full moon, making some bright spot in the sky, a quarter of the sky away or more. And as I panned around the sun, I kept getting little glints and stuff. And so I accidentally found it was really close.
So
but no.
Why do you theorize that you might be able to see it in the visible spectrum at sun up, sun down?
Because that's where they cover with the chemtrailing, because there's a crap load of footage that already suggests it's been shot, and it was proven during the full solar eclipse that what was seen was in the visual spectrum.
I've got you, because what springs to mind was something that Deep Inside the Rabbit Hole did, David. I remember because he films a lot of sunsets over water, and I think on a number of occasions there's been, quite clearly two balls or two spears, fucking balls and spears, two circles in the sky above the horizon, and there's literally no sort of mention of the other one, because it's assumed that it's some sort of lens flare or something. So that's the sort of thing I'm asking is should we all tip our cameras left and right? Should we pan up and pan down like you did with the Ripple?
Here's what you do. You don't shoot stills. You can't prove lens flare with a still.
Sure.
You shoot video and you slightly move your camera around. If it's lens flare, the object like the sun you're looking at, the lens flare will change its distance from the sun. If it's not lens flare, it will remain equidistant. And I see in the chat room someone else is telling us to spin the scope. So we did all that. We spun the double stack, just so you know. But my point here is stills will never allow you to certainly identify lens flare. Video, if you move your camera around a little bit, absolutely proves what is lens flare and what is not.
Excellent. That's what I was trying to get at. I just want to see an army of people go out there with their phones, with their cameras, with their P900s, with their newly bought solar scopes, and nail this shit,
As we saw earlier with that thing I accidentally captured with my old Tab 4. That's how old that device was when I did that, and I caught it completely by mistake and accident. So yeah.
Well, it'll be interesting to see, because here's the thing. If it has anything to do with human consciousness, then right now it's prime time. It's spring and everyone's going to go out and plant their garden. In other words, it's like that. So it'll be interesting to see. It's a little different than lunar wave, man. I was getting ready to ditch my public persona because of all the crap that came after posting that. And then when I was the second guy to film it a year and a half later, I was just about done taking flack. And finally other people filmed it. And luckily here we are where lots of people have filmed it. But if consciousness plays a role in this, I would imagine there will be a lot of people who have maybe already filmed it and just didn't realize, or a lot of people that are about to film it because they're intending to.
That's it. That's exactly what I'm thinking, is that people are going to be going, I've got a shitload of film. I've got loads of sunsets. So let me go back and look at my stuff and see.
I got to jump in for a second. Jason, are you still with us, Jason? Jason Lindgren.
Shoot the moon.
I'm still here.
Right.
I'm just reclining and relaxing.
Hey, does anyone give a damn about the movie? Have you?
You know, I saw 5 buys when I checked a little while ago. Let me check it again real quick.
I know one of them is me.
That's it. We're famous now. There's it. 5 people have loved the movie.
Nice.
Well,
Talk about an exaggeration.
It'll be 6.
a snowball has to start somewhere, doesn't
Yeah, there's a difference between renting and loving.
There's a little heart option there too. I just hit too. So technically I loved it as well.
I tell you what, I would make it freely available to everyone with a donate button. I think for every 100 people that watch it and go, nah, you bastard, I've got no money, I'm not giving you anything, you'll get one person that goes, this is fucking awesome, I'm going to give you £1,000.
Maybe on the Redux.
You got to realize that Jason will be touring it around, and at some point there will be digital downloads, but this is where it starts to try to. People have no idea how much effort it takes to put something like this together. First of all, it's based on years of my life just to have the footage, but even with all that in hand, it was still a lot of travel, a lot of equipment, a lot of editing, just a lot of everything.
You know it, but you also know everyone wants it for free.
I'd like to give it away for free, but unfortunately things like websites and movies and all this stuff we have to do now cost money.
Certainly does. So
Not that expensive. It really
All right, here we go. 10 sales from 3 different countries.
Nice.
sweet.
Nice.
Was China or Russia one of those countries?
It tells me.
6 of them.
7 United States, 2 United Kingdom, 1 Canada.
Well, that fits perfectly considering the United States is our biggest audience, followed by London, and followed by Canada. All right, I got to take a break for a second here, guys. I'll be right back.
No
Absolutely.
worries.
We doubled their sales. Look at us.
Thank you. Thanks, guys.
We could do. Probably the absolute very least we could do. So yeah, you're welcome.
Yep, I'll purchase it when I'm off here and watch it
I
tonight.
know that's exactly what I'm going to head do.
And
I'm happy to see any on there. It's like, oh, somebody actually wants to see my work.
I'll get a copy of him later for free.
Wanker.
And like Crrow is saying, people don't understand how long these observations going out, filming and videoing the moon and the sun, it takes an incredible amount of time.
Yes, it does. A shout out to Bob from Globebusters saying that they have already secured a venue in Denver to premiere the movie. Jason.
Oh, really?
Yes, sir.
Have him get in touch with me. I don't think I've ever spoken with him. If I'm
give him
correct.
the information of how to get in touch with you.
Yeah. Please contact me at shootthemoonmovie@gmail.com. That's how I'm keeping track of all the stuff for the film.
Well, while you're on that subject, I was chatting with Bob tonight and trying to get in touch with both you and Crrow for Globebusters. Chris, if you could maybe pass on relevant details. I know Bob's trying to get in touch as well, so
yeah, I was going to ask Crrow and Jason after the show, but being you brought it up, yeah, he would like for all of this to go on Globebusters on Sunday to discuss this same thing we're discussing.
Yeah,
That's historic in itself.
What time would that be?
It's 1 o'clock Mountain. It'd be 3 Eastern, I believe.
Okay, because we do our Sunday live show 6 EST.
Oh, a dual stream.
And Globebusters has got about 3,000% higher viewership than we do. That works out.
Yeah, this should be great.
And the rest.
You'll have 30.
They get on average way over 1,000 live viewers, which will give you an idea. As
We don't have the viewers. We're just the fixers. We're just the fixers.
hey, we don't mind. Move on to bigger and better platforms, Chase. You know, we're happy. We're happy to be the springboard.
Come on now, guys, don't put yourselves down.
No, we're not putting ourselves down. We're actually realists. You know, we know we're shit, and we have no followers or viewers, and we're happy that way because we get to introduce Crrow to Chris Van Matre, and we get to get Jason and Crrow on Globebusters. I mean, how cool is that? We've got to pat ourselves on the back sometimes.
Movers and shakers. That's how we like to roll.
Everybody gets a smoothie.
What I find amazing, guys, is that we only, you know, I think we had 100 people watching today, which is pretty good for us. But Simon Dan, and he's like a flat Earth debunker and that sort of stuff. He gets millions of views. I don't know how that's possible. It's got to be rubbish. Those views have got to be rubbish. What do you reckon about that? You just can't get that many views. And one of Wolfie's videos got 6.1 million views. I just, that's impossible. There's not that many people who care about watching that sort of shit out there. Is there?
Who's that?
Wolfie got a 6.1 million views on a particular video he did, and Simon Dan, I think he is. He's the same sort of thing. He gets one of, you know, a flat Earth video, and he goes through it. And he just calls shit on it. You know, he just sits there in a chair and just talks about bloody flat, you know, the way the flat Earth doesn't work. And yeah, and 4.1 million views. I saw that he got. You know, just rub. Yeah, that's impossible. I think that YouTube must be lifting the views. So it looks so when someone looks at the YouTube viewfinder, oh, look how many people, you know, and that's a way of discrediting our videos as well. That, you know, ours aren't getting many, but flat Earth debunk videos are getting so big views. Yeah, I just can't see how that's possible.
In the early days, I had an app here on the computer, or it was on my laptop, that would allow you to go into a YouTube channel and see what they had, paid and non-paid views. Somehow, I don't remember. It was, like I said, back in the early days, but they've taken all those tools out.
I get the feeling that it's along the lines that Crrow was saying, is that this is a consciousness thing, and looking at views and counts and all of these things that are openly manipulatable by big whatever it is that's over us. I feel the views rather than seeing them. You know, I don't really care how many people are looking at us live or downloading our show. I just know that we're making a ripple, and that ripple's going out and it is being felt. I never look at views. I try and stay away from comments, chat and everything, as you guys know.
It's not worth it, dude.
It's what you feel is going on, and I can feel this thing surging beyond belief. I don't know about you guys, but I don't think it's going to come from views. You can buy them dime a dozen.
Well, we know they manipulate all the stats against us, so why would they be able to manipulate the stats for whomever they want to, really? But there's something I've thought about for quite some time, and Wayne McCroy and I have had these conversations. I don't know if you're familiar with Wayne's work, but we have been suspecting in trying to actually figure out what the universe really is, that it has a lot more to do with frequency and or vibration, however you want to look at it, than just a literal physical object thing, and which ties in with consciousness and all of that.
Yeah, I totally agree, and this is coming from myself. You know, I used to be hugely materialistic, and you know, everything. Even now, I describe myself as zetetic and empirical, but there are things out there, and I discovered this about 5 years ago, that go beyond being able to be explained. You cannot explain them. You can change the world around you in subtle ways that I wasn't aware of before. Someone else jump in. I heard you breathing.
Part of the problem is that you can't explain some of these things using what we currently call science. And there was an older way. There were philosophical principles, and they were ingenious because they were not rigid, they were not fixed, and they allow this other thing to happen where logic is still a part of the game and it describes things. I was going to add here's a thing to think about. If you take the old alchemical ideas, the principles from natural science back in the day, the sun would be considered conscious. Everything in those philosophical principles has sulfur and, well, for the sake of argument, soul, spirit, and body. Okay, that's broken down simply without the alchemical language. The soul is always conscious. Everything that is a thing has these philosophical principles making up that thing, which was proven in alchemy. You can break apart the soul, the spirit, and the body in plants. You can do the same thing with minerals. You could do the same thing with mammals or living things, which would be a bit gruesome, but it can be done. So if you consider under that philosophical outline of how we can think about things, the sun would be conscious. For that matter, so would fire, right? If you have a fire down, a campfire at the beach, that fire is conscious in those philosophical principles. Maybe a little differently than we currently use the word, but you get the gist of things. There's been conversations at Crrow777 Radio in the forum, the idea that what if each of us experiences the sun in a personal way? What if our failure to be able to measure using standard geometry and stuff like that, the exact distance the sun is from us, is due to ideas like this? And so this is what I'm talking about. You know, we get stuck in modern mindset that if I can't weigh it, measure it, you know, linearly outline it, then it's not important. When for me, the truth is, the philosophical ideas and logic combined with that is really what opens up doors for you.
Absolutely. And what if we're never going to be able to determine what the sun is or the moon is or anything else beyond our reaches?
Well, I would suggest to you that there were people far from where we are now that did know these things. There were people who spoke in code, who spoke to people who had the keys, the adepts. The idea of maybe a modern biblical parallel would be, don't cast your pearls before the swine. It's a similar idea going on. Like, why would you give a pig the keys to your car, right? He doesn't know what to do with the keys to your car. He's gonna crap on them. But that's what's being stated. So why would you share these high ideals with an individual who has no wherewithal to do anything with it but belittle it, tarnish it, sully it, dirty it? Those are the ideas. And this also plays into what secret societies are about. But I don't agree with this mindset anymore, because the idea here is that these initiated people are no longer profane. But to take that logically out to its extension, then that means them depriving everyone else of the information is what's making them profane. So basically, the people who are not profane are ensuring that there are profane people. So I don't accept this circular logic, but I understand in the same way where I'm almost certain there's got to be people who never lost this knowledge. But if you poke your head up right about now, you know, they made the argument we had to go hide because the church was going to whack us. Whether or not that was true, I can understand it. But look at the current age where we have the Googles of the world, the Facebooks, all this censorship and nonsense and fake news going on. Is this a time when people who know are going to poke their heads up? I'd suggest to you probably not.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if they know, or whether they just have a higher understanding of what we're looking at than us. I mean, if we were to talk to someone 100 years ago and start explaining to them the parallactic angles on the sun, because we had hydrogen alpha filters and that sort of thing, they would think that maybe we knew what the sun was. But maybe the people who are in the adepts, like you say, that they don't know what the sun is either, but they know, they have a much higher understanding of what it could be and how to utilize it and the cycles and that sort of thing. That's what I'm interested in.
Well, you know, there's things, part of the problem is what's going on in the world right now is the dumbing down of everybody. And this has been going on for quite some time. And you could even take someone from the 1800s and pretty easily demonstrate that in the 1800s, an educated person was light years ahead of where we currently are. Most of them spoke multiple languages, had a high grasp of certain kinds of math, had read what the classics were, but read them in the languages they were written, because that was part of what is expected. When you walked into their drawing room, there was a library to be impressed by. When you looked at their furniture, it was just quality, handcrafted, high level. We've fallen far from even the 1800s, but I would point out, go get a book like Marcus Aurelius. I forget the title of it, but anyone who looks up Marcus Aurelius will find the book that we're told this man was a Caesar of Rome. All right, that's what we're told, whether or not we choose to accept the timeline. But when you read what it's supposed to be, was a book that got published after he died that he never intended to be published. It was writings for himself because he was getting older, realizing he was going to die. So he was writing all the things that he'd learned and trying to write the things that were important, but he was doing it for his own mind to help him better focus. So here's a Caesar, so basically the most powerful man alive. And when you read what he wrote, you cannot distinguish this from what you might hear from a Buddhist monk. I'm not even kidding you. And in his mind, in that writing, if there ever was such a time or a man, he's saying, man, I wish I could have been what I really wanted to be, which is the highest thing a human being could be, a philosopher. That's the highest thing he could be, but he had to be a Caesar, which is unfortunate. So he finally comes to grips with, okay, I'm never going to be a philosopher. What I really want to be, the best a human being can be, I guess I'll be a Caesar. But in being a Caesar, I'm going to try to do the best I can, but not in a selfish manner. And even historians wrote and have said things like, the best time to be alive in this world as a human being would have been under Marcus Aurelius and the 2 or 3 rulers that came before him. These are impossible things for us to vet out, but it shows the critical importance of philosophy. And here in the modern age, where science rules the day, philosophy is this abstract, it's a bit like being a poet, right? It's a cool thing, but it's not getting much respect. And the truth of it is, when you get into those old philosophies, they give you a way to apply to any situation. And not only that, the guy next to me, he may be taking the same philosophies and reshaping them that fits his existence. They're powerful, powerful tools, and they're all here for us to discover again. And I think this is really kind of what's missing, because some of the stuff you can't put on a scale in a lab. You can't do it. It can't be done. It's the same way that science would tell you ESP is nonsense. There's no evidence for ESP, right? Is there anyone in this listening right now that knows certainly beyond the shadow of a doubt that a thing called ESP is, it just doesn't exist?
Yeah, all right.
All relative, Crrow777.
Exactly.
I think the book's called Meditations.
There it is. Yep.
Yeah, that's right.
That's it.
Chris and Matre, have you got any insights on this? You're on mute. I'll take that as a no.
There he goes.
No.
Yeah, are you a materialistic person? An atheist? Were you an atheist? If I can ask.
Yes, I sure was, and now no. I've actually never worried about materialistic things and money. It's kind of a funny thing. The less I worry about having money, the more I have of it.
I found the exact same thing. And the thing is for me, having enough money to pay my bills that's good enough.
It's a nice thought.
That's right. Give you a loaf of bread a day and it keeps you happy. You won't steal and you don't have to.
I'll tell you, one side effect of the flat earth movement was to get an awful lot of people that didn't accept a creator or a god or religion of any kind to reconsider that. Because once you begin to start to think, well, wait a minute, 2 bodies in space did not crash and gravity did not make these little balls, and that's not how all this happened. So then how did it happen? And when they start to think, well, wait a minute, if I'm on a plane and there's like this firmament or a dome or some hard, fast barrier, how does that happen? There is no natural scientific explanation to start to draw that picture. And that's when people start to reconsider. And I think that's a great thing, because spirituality is an important thing, which is why I never bag on anyone's religion, man. I don't do it. And if I did, I would be wrong. And not only wrong, not qualified to have been derisive in that way. Because the older views of this world all had a personal spiritual aspect to them. And it's gotten so bad that, you know, now when I look back on those old accounts of Rome, a supposed time that we can't prove, they're telling you, oh, there was this temple to a god named Jupiter. Nonsense. Those were not gods. They were aspects of nature. And it's all been perverted to purposely lead us off the trail. All those things were a way to describe philosophically an aspect of something that happens or can happen in our world. And when you get back to calling the planets luminaries, you start to come closer to thinking about it in that way.
So
Yeah.
I was sitting here pondering a little bit, Crrow. I was listening to your latest upload to YouTube that you and Jason did. And I got to thinking about everybody out there looking at the sun and how that correlates to the gumballs. And it seems like I remember hearing it. You said it on your show and it triggered something, but hearing you guys talk about trying to guess how many gumballs are in the jar or whatever it is, and then just being able to average out the number of guesses, just random guesses, even the ridiculously low and the ridiculously high numbers, just average them out. And the higher data set you have, the more accurate that becomes. But in reality, it's actually accurate as to how many are truly in that jar.
Right.
So I just got
wisdom of the crowd.
Wisdom of the crowd. Thank you. And how that relates to everybody now turning their eyes upward. And the more people we can get to start looking up and questioning what the hell is going on up there.
You know, that's a really apt correlation that I hadn't really thought about. Yeah, exactly. So now maybe 100 people who listen to this today go out and look up, and some aspect of that idea, maybe it should be better described as the wisdom of human beings, you know, because then a person is forced to consider what's being said instead of just some nameless, faceless crowd. Make it specific to human consciousness. But it's an amazing thing. And a lot of people criticize me because they looked up wisdom of the crowd and they said it's so much more in depth, but they missed the kind of point that the description I did was how we're told initially wisdom of the crowd was recognized, or the lowest level of using data in that way to a result. But even in that, you see science with a philosophical bent, don't you? Because science is telling you, well, we polled 100 people and we're going to average it. There's your linear science. And look, wow, we're within 10%. But what science can't tell you is how the hell did we get within 10%? You know, how the hell did that happen? One dude said there were only 2 gumballs. Another dude said there was 1 million gumballs, and yet we're still within 10% after 100 people of the real value. And that goes to prove the importance of kind of philosophy. And I saw someone in the chat room equate scientism equals science with philosophy. And I think that's sharply missing the point. And part of it is because how we look at philosophy now. I'm using the word philosophy in the older way that it was viewed, where the highest a human intellect could be is to be a philosopher. In other words, applying logic and all the things a human consciousness can bring. But I just thought I'd point it out.
Well, I just wanted to thank you for all of those 1-hour uploads to YouTube. That first half of the show. I think it's a much needed addition. And I highly suggest everybody head on over to Crrow777radio.com and subscribe over there to get the full show, the second hour, where they get into all the cool stuff that can't be uploaded to YouTube these days. Themtube, should we call it. Yeah, it's sad, but thanks guys for even giving us that first hour.
Appreciate it. It's a heck of a lot of work. And I don't think we could even pull it off without a lifetime of experience behind it. And it's not easy to hold the bar at the level we're currently trying to maintain it.
Yeah, it's excellent content, guys.
Thank you. It's a lot of work. It is, but it's rewarding. Like other than a couple of shitheads that say stupid things, pretty much you get some really nice words thrown your way, and I really do appreciate when people do that.
I think you guys are going to reap what you sow at some point, without a doubt, because the time and effort and the energy you guys are putting in is just incredible. And yourself as well, Chris. You know, you put the time and hours in on these things, and you think it's going away for nothing. And I joke about it being free, but I'm a realist, and knowing what most humans are looking at. But there is every reason why you guys should be paid, and paid in full, for all the work you've put in. And all I can say is I think it's coming, but I know that's not what you're interested in. But I think the wave is coming as well. There is a wave of people waking up, and you especially, Crrow, have dragged people from all walks of life, and on all levels of interest. You know, one week you're covering vaccines, next week you're covering you know, the all-seeing eye or symbology. Or I think it's just absolutely brilliant, and people should go over Crrow777radio.com and subscribe now.
You know what the biggest thing we lost in the modern era is, probably from my point of view? Common sense. A human being that can get back to common sense, which incidentally I think most of us are born with, if not all of us, that's what gets thrown aside. And it's so confusing how it happens to us. You know, we see 1,000 movies in our young lifetime, and we just think, oh, that's entertainment, but it's not true. It's skewing what you accept as possible. And then science comes along and it tries to convince you that it's nearly magical in what science can pull off. And actually some of it is, but a lot of it is not. And over time, we get so far from common sense that if you just train yourself back to common sense, man, you'll find the world is much more fathomable.
Yeah, and I said the other day to a guy at work, I was like, they need to stop calling it common sense until it's common.
Good point. Good point. The once common sense.
Yeah, it's sense. If you have sense in your head, then that's what it is. Common sense when it's common.
Maybe we can say
common anymore.
Yeah, maybe we can say sense common sense.
Yeah.
If you work really hard, though, you can work your way up to common dollars.
I think the more dollars, the less sense.
The more paper.
No, Chris, have you got anything else to present before we sort of wind this down, because we've gone over 3 hours now?
No, I think I covered pretty much everything. The one thing I wanted to show was the difference in the cloud cover on the two objects.
Right, that's cool. Loving your background, by the way, and a cap.
How many people joined us this evening?
I saw up to 110. I don't know if it got higher than that, but 110 was the highest that I saw. Which
I
is
saw 122 at one point.
Woo.
Is that good for this forum?
That's probably
it really
times what it was last week. What it's worth.
Well, you know, maybe what we're doing, the reward is within, you know, the effort. What if this truly is tied to the awakening in human consciousness? What if that's what's happening? For me, that's a price beyond dollars to be part of that. You know, hopefully setting a stage for sometime in the future when people either look back and recognize, look, these guys were saying something that mattered, or maybe we get lucky and it matters in our lifetime. Who knows? But
I think there is that chance, but I do know that there was a hell of a lot of people tuning in and supporting the cause for justice for Zachary Zabala, and that might be why the figures were so high.
I think we have a very small viewing following, but we do get viewed by the right people. So from this, you're going to go on to Globebusters. Well, you haven't been on Globebusters yet, have you, Crrow? Jason?
I don't know. Jason, do you know if I've been on Globebusters? I can't remember
Not-
anymore.
No, I don't believe so. I don't believe I've ever spoken to those folks.
I imagine you haven't, because I've heard every Globebuster since the beginning, and I don't recall. But then my memory is not fantastic. But I imagine you'll go on to that, and that's what, 34,000 subscribers or thereabouts, with Jaren and his 150 plus thousand subscribers. And there are tons of people lurking in the background that will not comment or whatever, that see or download that show. This is it's going to mushroom. I have no doubt whatsoever.
I didn't realize that was Globebusters. I spend so little time, you know, when I'm on my computer, I'm working and I do almost all my research. Maybe 10-20% sometimes is online to confirm things, but it's almost out of books for me. Jason uses the internet a lot more, but at this point, it's hard to keep clear private thoughts. So I try to avoid the noise. So I just don't surf much online.
That's not to mention Iru as well, who's from Argentina, who has an enormous Spanish following, Spanish-speaking following, has been on countless shows, radio, TV shows.
Who is that?
Iru Landucci.
Co-host over
There's-
there on Globebusters.
Yeah, there's four of them. You've got Bob Nodell, you've got Iru Landucci, John the Morgile, who has a pretty large following himself, and you've got Jeranism, who's probably got the largest following in, if following is what you're interested in, on YouTube. So you're looking at a fair few, but Iru is probably the most important because of the reach he has in the southern regions. From what I can see, he's seen as, I don't know, guys, what do you think? How would you describe Iru's reach?
Yeah, and I think Crrow was gone. Bob wanted to know if you would like to go on Globebusters this Sunday. Crrow, you and Jason.
Who is Bob?
Bob
This is-
Nodell.
Yes.
From Globebusters.
Boy, I feel kind of in the dark here because that was the first time I've heard the name Iru, which I think is kind of hard to, if he's that big in the thing, and I have missed it all this time. Goes to show you how little time. Are you still on, Jason?
Jason is, I think he's still,
Why does this thing fight with me to unmute so damn much? Yes, and by the way, let me show you guys something,
ooh.
which is what I've been doing while we've been chitty-chatting. Let me get back to where'd the damn chat thing go?
Jason's sitting in front of his computer hitting the refresh button every 10 seconds.
No, something else.
Who
Click on
says-
that link, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, that looks like a very impressive link right there.
Who says us men can't multitask?
IMDb.
I can't. So we'll all go quiet.
I made us official.
Dig it.
Shoot the moon on
Starring
IMDb.
Randy Bryant.
Yours didn't get approved yet. It's still going through everything one at a time.
So
I've been
you're-
listed on IMDb since like forever, and they won't approve me. Huh?
I didn't like it because it was like under mechanical operator or something like that, even though that's technically true. So I made a new one for you as yourself. I put yourself, Crrow777 and Crrow, all spelled the way you use them, so that it's as accurate as I can get it. And then once that gets approved, we can go back and edit those other ones that are on there, and then everything will match.
So anyhow, we kind of dodged a question there. They were asking
Oh, question, yes.
us to go on Globebusters, and I think someone said Sunday.
Sunday, 3 p.m. Eastern, I think is what we established. Is that right, Chris?
Yes.
So Jason and I have a live show on TFR. Is Globebuster on TFR, or are they on their own thing?
Jaron does Raw.
They
So
Globebusters.
TFR.
They have their own platform.
Yeah,
But
they've got
they
their
have-
own platform. Yeah,
Hey, is David Weiss in the chat room?
more than likely.
David, are
Most
you
likely.
there? Say yes, David.
He may be. He comes in and out. He may be listening.
So Jason, do we have time to double down on Sunday?
Yeah, let's just make sure we have thought ahead about what we're doing for Sunday. But yeah, sure.
All right, so
As
let's
far as I know, it's about
actually do a tentative yes. I guess David Weiss isn't there.
8 GMT.
I think he's making mean faces at me somewhere right now. Isn't that right, Jason?
It's possible. You never know.
Wow.
Bob is in
Let's
chat.
see if we can turn his frown upside down.
Yeah.
Let's tentatively say that Jason and I will do Globebusters this Sunday, but we need to confirm it because we just did the film release. We got another show on Thursday, and we have someone on Sunday because of censorship. But if someone from Globebusters can get an email going, we'll see. And that means David Weiss owes me like a dozen donuts or something healthy like that.
So,
Or a
Crrow,
t-shirt, or maybe I'll just give him permission to use my tagline, "Belief is the enemy of knowing." How about that? That'd be cool.
He can put out on his Sun and Moon app a link to the show, and that'll go out to everyone that's downloaded the Sun and Moon app.
I like that.
so would you you want me to give Bob your email address that you gave me the other day, Crrow? Is that the
Sure,
right
but yeah, he should include Jason and Rose. Rose, one of Rose's 800,000 tasks is to make sure Jason and I show up on time.
Okay, I'll give him all three of them.
Rose is a bit brighter than both of us put together.
Yeah, we should just give a quick shout out to Rose because she seems to be way more organized than all of us combined. So
She's sitting right next to me, so go right ahead.
She's
Thank you
freaking
Love you, Rose.
all you do, Rose. We really appreciate you and all your hard work.
Love you guys.
That's brilliant.
Thank you for keeping the guys on task.
I love it. It's a privilege and an honor.
the only way I know anything happens in the world is if Rose or Jason talk. Did you know there was an earthquake that leveled a country? No.
What's a country?
Yeah. Can I look that up?
Who can survive without our backbones? Right, I think we need to wrap this up while we're at a crescendo, unless someone else has something to offer.
All right. Well, all I would add is thank you so much for having us on. I'll hand it over to you in a second. Everyone in the chat room, please pass around the Shoot the Moon link. If this finds success on some level, then we will endeavor to put more things on the record like this that will hopefully matter someday.
Indeed.
Jason, I saw you got some nice digital media art put out there. Did you get that electronic press kit done up yet?
I got to do that like in the immediate. I've been fudging around with codecs so much trying to make sure this thing looks right once Vimeo crunches it that I've just been growing nuts the past couple of days, but yes, I'll get that done now that this is done.
Awesome. Well, then I will probably shoot an email to you over next week in hopes that you maybe have it done by then, and I'll start shopping it around to see what I can come up with.
Yeah, it won't. It shouldn't take me long to build something.
Oh, actually, I just now saw the chat. Who is here from Globebusters? Somebody from Globebusters here. I see them.
That's Bob,
Bob, he's
the host.
He's
Bob, have we ever talked, Bob? Is there any way in hell that we've lived our whole life and I don't know anything? Osman, Timothy Osman live.
There's a bit of that few minute delay. So
Yeah, it's a
probably
bit
not even heard
delayed.
it yet. So it'll take a minute for him to catch up before he dashes over to the keyboard to type yay or nay.
It's all balanced in here. I want to thank you very much, Crrow. And over the last 24 hours, I've got over 600 subscribers. And I want to thank all my new subscribers.
Oh, man, that's so great.
Fantastic. I'll tell you what, if we round the show out, how about we stay on the line and get Bob in and you guys can have a quick chat?
Bob, can you come on, Bob? I've got like, 10, 15 minutes longer. Can you come on, Bob? I'm looking at you in the chat room, I think.
Or we could even do it live.
We can drop him a link to the show on Skype. I'm pretty sure I have him on Skype.
We could do it to our paid subscribers only.
Hey, check it out,
yeah.
man. I just got a dozen roses delivered. Oh, look, it's from David Weiss. All right, tell him he doesn't owe me those donuts. That's off my diet anyhow.
I've dropped it, Walt.
You send it?
You did send it? Okay. Adam sent it to you there, Bob.
All right, you guys, I'm sitting here chugging water. I'll be right back again.
Okay. Bob said send him a link. Oh, we're not on Skype.
I'll be right
Bob.
back while you guys get Bob, right?
We're not on Skype, Bob. We're
No, the
on
link
Zoom.
will be on Skype, though.
Oh,
We'll
gotcha.
send you on Skype, yeah.
I'll be right back.
Absolutely. Go right
No
ahead.
worries.
And while we have this moment of production going on, I want to let everybody know that in New Orleans, it was planned for this weekend, but the weather just blew it away. Next weekend, Lake Pontchartrain, there's going to be an attempted 20-mile, I believe, laser test done by the same group that I went and met out there last September, the Louisiana Flat Earth group, Jason Clark and his crew. So definitely go check them out over there on Facebook, Jason Clark, Facebook info.
Hey, muy importante. My friend Rip was interested in doing something similar, who lives in Matre. I don't know if he's still listening. He was supposed to tune in, but I want to get him in touch with you guys to see if he could possibly join in.
Absolutely, man. That's kind of what I was saying here, is trying to get as many people on this as we can, just like we want to do with the premiere when it happens in New Orleans. I mean, there's a huge amount of people here in the state that I didn't even know until I went over there and met up with them. So definitely, we'll me and you will work on it between the two of us. We'll get it hooked up.
Cool.
I'm assuming someone's contacted Bob, yeah?
Yep, he's just popped
Adam
in.
is on it.
Look
Good
at this.
stuff.
This is historic in so many levels. Welcome to Have No Sphere on Iron Rail Media. Bob Nodell from Globebusters. What an honor to have you on, Bob. Finally. Oh, he's probably got to set up his audio.
And then I was going to say, I mean, the mute button.
Well,
Yeah.
it wouldn't be on Rail Media.
Oh, that's it. You got to click the desktop audio option, provided you're on a desktop. It'll get on.
Or one of those buttons down there with the, yeah.
I'm here.
I think David Weiss is watching the movie. I wasn't paying attention to my Skype, and he texted me.
He's busy watching it shoot the moon. Makes sense.
He sent me a picture, I guess, from his living room with his maybe kitty cat. I can't see; it's a little dark. And he showed me the TV with Crrow's big old face on it.
Oh,
Bob, welcome. Finally.
Thank you, John. Yeah, finally, right?
It's
Had to
been
get
a
me out of
while.
Iron Room somehow.
Absolutely. No. And impromptu as it is, it's absolutely brilliant. Again, we're happy to introduce you to Crrow and Jason Lindgren. I hope Crrow's back, maybe.
Yeah. Well, I know one thing. I'll say, until Crrow comes back, I'll say to Jason that I will be watching your movie tonight for sure. And we have a meetup every month here in Denver. And we were talking at the meetup about getting a venue to show your movie. And it just so happens that the very same place that we have our meetups, the manager is a good friend of ours. He said, absolutely, why don't we just do it here? So there you have it.
I love it.
I'm back, incidentally. Nice to meet you, Bob.
Nice to meet you too, Crrow. It's been a long time. I've been a member of your podcast for quite some time. Love your stuff. And yeah, it's about time we got together.
How is it we've never met? You're probably going to be another person who says you emailed me once upon a and then I'm going to look like a jerk.
No,
Rose.
No, I've never emailed you, but believe me, I do understand. You know, I kind of get buried with emails also, so I know where you're coming from there.
I'm old school. I'm not good. Like if I meet a person, I'll never forget them. But with email, as soon as that email's shut, there's another email, and I just don't. My mind doesn't work that way, I guess.
Yeah, I hear you. Well, I read all of my emails, but you know, if I tried to respond to all of them, it'd be a full-time job and then some.
I actually try. I mean, but it wasn't too long ago. It was like 3 months ago. opened up both of my main emails in the morning, and there were on the order of close to 200. So I knew by the end of the day, there would probably be close to 300 emails. And it dawned on me all at once, if I spend 1 minute on each of these emails, I've lost 300 minutes today.
Yeah, that's about par for the course. But anyway, but no, you've been on a couple friends of mine's shows. You've been on Karen B's show.
Yes.
And a few other people that I know in the community. I noticed that you were on Infinite Plane Society, I think last week sometime, and that was a great interview. So yeah, I hear you a lot. Oh, and ODD, who is also a good friend of mine and a neighbor here in Denver.
Yeah, actually, ODD stood up for me when my channel got deleted. Actually, as did Karen B. I got my channel deleted, and I tried to get into a chat one night, and everyone said it wasn't me. And Karen B was the one who said, "Hey, not so fast, guys." But anyhow, ODD stood up for me when the channel was deleted, and if I'm not mistaken, he got smacked for that. I think a strike came or something on the tail of that.
Right in the middle of the well, yeah, right towards the end of the broadcast. You're right. You got a strike for it.
I thought I remembered.
So anyhow, props to ODD for standing up against, fight the power.
Yeah, he's a good guy. I really like Matt. He's been kind of quiet lately, but we still hear from him occasionally, and he's a great guy. So anyway, yeah. So if you guys are interested, I know your show is at 4 o'clock Mountain Time, which would be 6 Eastern.
Right.
We start ours at 3 Eastern. So, even if you came on for an hour or two or something like that, whatever works for you guys, that would be great. And we could.
Bob, guys, sorry. Just evening, Bob. Before you carry on, I've checked the contract. You've not signed the contract. You've not agreed. Yeah. IRM arrangement fee.
Okay, well,
I'll carry on in good faith.
I think David Weiss said he'd cover that bill, so you're all set.
Right.
Oh, he's not paying in donuts.
He'll send you a dozen roses. Anyhow, so we're talking 4 p.m. Eastern Standard on Sunday, right? So 2 hours before Jason and I go on.
Yep, that is correct. And 3 p.m. actually would be your time is when it starts because it's 1 Mountain.
Oh, okay. So 3 p.m. Eastern Standard.
Yep, that would be correct.
All right. Hey, Jason, is Rose following us?
She's working right now, but it's 3 p.m. Eastern, 2 p.m. for me.
Okay, I don't use digital reminders, and I've got strings on all my fingers right now.
So I'll tell you what, on the Flat Earth Manifesto for the New World, let's agree that we agree on a single time, so we don't have to go through all this horseshit.
Oh,
The amount.
absolutely. Second that motion, sir.
I mean, it's just ridiculous, isn't it? It's like it's Eastern, it's Mountain, it's GMT, it's DST. It's
the other problem with that also is that we do daylight savings times at different times, different weeks than they do in the UK. So
did you see recently that the EU voted to ban daylight savings, and they're going to resort to one or the other from 2021, I think it is, which means almost certainly the UK will do the same. So yeah, something that has been around. I mean, it came back in the UK in 1972, year before I was born. So ever since I've been born, I've been moaning and whinging about this bloody daylight savings, and looks like in my lifetime it's going to be gone. Did you hear about that?
That's one thing that's kind of mystifying, because that's one of the major tools that knocks us out of sync with the natural world.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, twice a year on the equinoxes. So clearly it was put in place by design. But is that real? Is that kicking the why would they bother?
Yeah, they said it was brought in World War II. I think it was 1932 in Germany. For power saving reasons or something along those lines, and it spread throughout Europe and obviously throughout the UK colony or the British colony. It actually came out. There was a really good article that I read about how it affected our health, and how it's been known for decades now through medical studies and stuff that heart attacks and strokes and everything are prevalent in and around the weeks prior and after the daylight savings comes in, and all sorts of other things have been linked to it, and they've known this for years and years and years, and they were actually naming it in this article as it was a social experiment, a worldwide social experiment. So yeah, the fact that it's being voted out now is, like you say, again comes back to the sort of consciousness changing, shift changing thing.
I would add something. Just recently, I heard a term that I'd never heard before. It's called equilux. So we pointed out not too long ago that the equinoxes are nonsense, that they don't function like we were told they do, which most of us know if you don't accept the model. But the point is, it's wholly about geography, and it still doesn't, we all experience it on a different day, depending on where we are. But like when you come into the spring equinox, they'll announce it around the 20th or 21st. It's almost always going to be 3 days prior. So what's the St. Patrick remembers when the equinox is, right? For me, it was on the 17th, and that was St. Patrick's Day. So if you get over to the fall, it's going to be roughly 5 days after they announce it. But now what they've come up with is this word called equilux, which describes the day that's actually the true equinox, when they describe, well, there's this weird thing called equilux when equal day. And so they're making up new terms to further obscure the truth about the equinoxes. So it is surprising to me that they're going to cut out daylight savings. But I would point out, I think Arizona, it's a couple places in our world that have already done it, but that one single act would be a huge step forward into allowing people to better fit into a yearly cycle without interruption.
Now, if we can just get rid of all those damn made-up summer months.
Yeah, no kidding. So yeah, it does tend to get a little bit confusing. Also, Jason, I wanted to say that the venue that we are talking about premiering your movie in already has a projection screen and big screen TV, for all that stuff, and it's a perfect venue. It'll actually accommodate about 250 people.
Oh wow, damn. Okay, I like the sound of this. What do you have a particular time in mind, or are we just gonna figure it out as we go along?
We'll just figure it out as we go along. We just talked about it on Wednesday night. And, it was pretty unanimous. Even the bar owner or the bar manager said, absolutely, we can do this. And so we've got the venue. We just need to set it up.
Cool, man. Thank you for that. That's awesome.
I'm sure we can fill it up too.
Yeah, probably.
Do you have a regular group that gets together that's already like X amount of people?
Yeah. They meet on the first Wednesday of every month there. So, but the bar itself has like a schedule of events. They have all kinds of activities that go on all the time, and it's right in downtown Denver.
What's
right
the name? I'm gonna look it up real quick.
It's called the Goosetown Tavern.
Take a look.
Okay.
This is excellent, y'all.
This is awesome. I'm grinning ear to ear. Step on you.
Oh wow, look at that stage. Yeah, they got a lot of room in there.
Yep. Yeah, you should have seen it after the Flat Earth Conference in Denver. It was absolutely insane. Best party ever.
Was that something you put on, or was that somebody else?
Oh no. The Flat Earth International Conference was put on by Robbie Davidson, but we had 600 or 700 people at the conference, something like that, and absolutely packed out the bar, standing room only. It was great.
Yeah. Cool. Yeah, this place is cool. Yeah, let's figure this out. I'm willing to travel.
All right, Jason, I just did a big fat email blast.
Excellent.
Excellent. Let the fools have their tartar sauce.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Keep it down. We got Brits on the phone.
So I'll get your information from Chris Crrow, but my email address that you can contact me at is just bob@jeranism.com.
Hold on here. Let me do it as we speak. Bob at, how do you spell Jeranism? Just how it sounds?
Jeranism.
At Gmail, did you say?
No, at jeranism.com.
Oh, at Jern. Oh, that's a thing. Okay.
Yeah. So again, it's jeranism.com.
Should I make a David Weiss joke in here or just send it?
You can make David Weiss joke. In fact,
I'm just kidding. I like David Weiss, but
so do we.
He's been working me a little bit lately, so I took a few cheap digs here and there. Now I'm over it, and everyone's cool.
Well, you didn't. I think you were in the potty at the time. I just spoke with David, and he's watching the movie right now.
Is he?
Yeah. David is a regular in the back room at Globebusters, and he's often on Globebusters with us quite often. He's kind of a background producer, if you will. So David, we are all very familiar with David. And of course, David also does his TFR show, or I should say Jaren's TFR show with him on Monday nights.
Freudian slip there.
Yeah, right. Don't tell Jaren, I'll be in trouble.
It's better than a Jungian slip, I guess.
That's right.
Well, a Freudian slip, that's where you say one thing when you mean a mother, right?
Basically, if it's sex with the mother, you're spot on.
Oh, by the way, I think I forgot to mention that the New Orleans premiere is going to be free for whomever turns up. The only thing I'm asking is that we might want to take pictures and interview you, because we're going to be making a big old press release soon, and the New Orleans premiere is going to be the prime media to go in with that.
Yeah, so get this. Does anyone remember the PR Newswire episode we did with the insider from PR Newswire?
I do.
We're doing that.
Yeah?
Yeah, we're fully using the system. We're fully going to do a PR Newswire.
It's all part of our plans.
Nice.
No, that's perfect, because I do plan on shopping this around to at least some local radio stations at the very least. And at least once it gets on there, I think it's really going to pick up steam, and probably expect communications from local places as well. Again, because I'm sort of known as a flat earther, so that'll get out there, just that curiosity. But I think the whole society is primed for this looking towards the sky. All the NASA space, the lettuce and stuff they got going out there, the stories about Israel going to the moon, and we'll be going to Mars by 2023. I think I read all sorts of crazy stuff out there. I think there's a lot of people that are really curious and really really just for this. Hold on just a second.
Are we still live?
I hope as hell we are still live.
Yes.
I see you, David.
I we've been chilling.
It worked.
Is David
What
Weiss
am I
here?
walking into?
You have no idea.
Right, Allie, my friend. Welcome.
Guys
David.
have been bad mouthing you, David. I've been defending you, man.
That's all right. I've been bad mouthing you, Crow. So
Oh, so I see we're both on the same channel. Right on.
And
No,
David,
I'm just
David,
kidding.
I am 20 minutes into Shoot the Moon, and I'm fascinated.
Awesome.
Is it the beard? Is it the beard that did it for you?
A little sharp cut on the underside. It's like a little overdone.
Too much? Well, I could go back to my hippie days.
I've seen that.
Yes, you have.
What's going on in here, guys?
you owe
Well,
me a
apparently I'm
box
going to
of
Denver
donuts.
sometime soon.
And apparently I'm on Globebusters next Sunday.
This Sunday.
This Sunday.
This Sunday.
That's in 2 days.
Yep.
That's what I love about David.
Hi, Bob. I didn't see you.
Straight
Hey,
to
Bob.
the point.
Hey, David. How you doing, man?
I'm doing good, man.
Hello, David. This is definitely an all-star cast here.
Please.
By the way, Dave, I got your roses.
Thanks.
No, so really, man, what do you, is that soundtrack really something to behold? I'm still,
I'm actually watching it on a 60-inch wall-mounted high-def 4K television, and it's really filmed nicely.
Wow, really? It
Yeah.
looks good on that?
It looks here. I'll show you. Let me see if I could show you. Can you guys see my wall?
Yep.
Yes. Nope, now we see Bob.
There you go. Well, I have to talk.
There
If
we
I keep talking, then you can see me. So
Oh, there's the back of my 8-inch scope.
that's it. I'm wherever that is in the movie. I paused it.
Damn. Okay.
Yeah. So
I
it's,
think that
I was watching it on the TV, on the computer, and then it said I was like, wait a minute, I could just put this on the Apple TV, logged in, and there it was.
Well, you're the first one. I was really giving any feedback here, so very cool.
I'm only 20 minutes in. It could go downhill. So
You never know.
I don't want to spoil anything, but I shave at the end of the movie.
Spoiler alert. Damn it.
Ooh, no, I think I've seen these kind of movies. I think I'm into it already.
Rare.
Dave, you're not sponsored by Apple, are you?
Did anyone hear there was a radio station, a big radio station, I'm not even sure where it was, but they did a hit piece, not really a hit piece, they were blasting Flat Earth the other day, and they're like, they have a cruise to the edge, they're going to fall off the edge, and just all of this nonsense, and they got everything wrong. So I was harassing them, and they said, okay, we're going to take callers from Flat Earthers, right? And I found out like 20 minutes before it was going to happen. So I got Karen B, I got Mark Sargent was trying to call in, myself, I was the first caller, and then after me, Karen B went, and then Roland Reddy got in, and Roland crushed it.
Oh my God! Can we replay that, David?
Well, Karen recorded the whole thing. She's making a video right now.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah, but I mean, Roland actually crushed it. But these are Fox, news station reporters. So they just were making up stuff to defend the ball. It was pathetic, And I was on for maybe 8 minutes, and then they hung up on me. Boom! Then Karen was in, and then after Karen, Roland came in. It was perfect.
That's awesome.
That would have to be
Great
awesome.
punch.
Yeah.
What was that? A local station that did it?
No, it was Casey. It was, where does Rick live? Bob?
Indiana.
No, it was Indiana, the big news talk station in Indiana.
Wow.
Huh. I wonder what made them want to cover it in the first place.
They saw I guess they saw the Netflix thing, and then they bought into the mainstream media saying that there was going to be a cruise to the edge, fake news. And that's when a bunch of us started just hammering them, and they're like, okay, we'll take calls from Flat Earthers. And I figured if we didn't stack the deck, just idiots were going to call in, either pretend Flat Earthers or ballers, and nothing would get done. It was good. I was happy.
Yeah, it's an area they call Michiana. It was 95.3 news talk radio.
Yep.
Michiana there, I guess it's just kind of like a tri-area, a tri-city area or something.
Yeah. So it was fun. A lot of fun.
Yeah, David, great job, man. That's another sun fade out video. I just wanted to mention that, man. Big props. Thank you.
That one, I actually I might be doing a presentation on that at the conference, because there's so much more to it than what people realize, and I don't know. I really have to dig into it more. Crow, did you see it?
Specifically what now?
My latest video, I on conditions where it's super clear. It has to be like the sky has to be clear all day, no chemtrails, no clouds, cold, no humidity. That's cold and no humidity go together, and filmed with a 4K camera from elevation, which is my drone. I can catch the sun where it stops going down, it shrinks, and then before it goes down below, I won't even call it the horizon, but below the, my word, obfuscation deck, it just disappears into the thickness of the atmosphere. You can see that it's still there, but its light just disappears. It gets swallowed by the soup.
I don't think I saw that one. The last one I saw was.
I'm sending it to you now, dude. It's only a minute long.
Okay.
It's 3 minutes long.
Yeah, I'll be playing it on Sunday also.
Oh, excellent, Bob.
It's an excellent video.
If you want, I could jump on and discuss it because are you gonna play it here? Nice. Because the Globers come in, they're like, every sunset I've seen and filmed, goes down. This cannot be seen from the ground. That horizon you see is not land. That is atmosphere.
Full screen that for
Mr. Savage.
So on the right is the unzoomed in And actually, I am zoomed in a little bit on the right.
I'm trying. Give us a minute.
Dude,
But
where? So this is drone footage, you said?
This is drone footage. I have a drone that has a 20 megapixel Hasselblad camera on it. And it'll come in a second. It's going.
You've got a 20 megapixel Hasselblad. Is there zoom on that thing?
No, just zoom in post production.
Mm-hmm.
So again, as you can see, the sun is burning through that horizon. That horizon is literally just the thickness of the air. Look at the sky. There's no spray. Here it comes. 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, that's quite.
Watch what happens though. Watch. 3, 2, 1.
Zip.
Wow.
It's like the ISS, isn't it?
Yeah. So now I'm zooming out, but I'll show it again, and I actually go in and out a couple times, but then I zoom in even farther. And I've caught this 5 times now. I don't know anyone else that has caught this. And the reason is because the technology to catch it is only a year or 2 old. You know,
we gotta watch this again. Hold on.
Yeah, this is way better than the ISS though. This
Okay,
is
here's
real.
the reverse. Hold on. Look to the right lower limb of the sun.
it's going to go back and forth. It'll go forward now.
I can rewind it.
Absolutely.
Okay, hold on. Watch. Pay attention to the right lower limb. I thought I saw a blink, but now I guess I don't see it.
No, clearly CGI.
Yeah. If you let it go forward, I zoom in even a little farther. And now everyone's saying, now Crow, answer this. They're saying that it's out of focus. It's out of focus because I'm using 1/200th of the frame.
Right.
It's out of focus because you had to do the zoom in post and you've only got 20 megapixels, right?
Thank you. Thank you. And even if it was out of focus, it doesn't
matter.
Explain that it's
What you should do, David, next time is lock down your ISO so the sun is less overexposed. This would be very interesting to see with the sun slightly underexposed or not overexposed, like to the point where you can see sunspots. So it's tuned in like that.
I have a filter on too. I have I think a 32 or 64 ND filter on.
Right. So you need to crank down the ISO and you can experiment. Well, you know what it looks like through a regular H alpha when you're not overexposed. But at the same time, it's a shame not to shoot overexposed. Oh, there it was again. I saw a little something come up on just right of the sun on the horizon, like a little half moon shape.
David, what was your
right
altitude?
there?
Right there on the bottom right. I think
Yeah, there's like a little line of pixels that
saw it.
close for a minute.
David, how high was your altitude in that drone? Stan Smith wants to know.
So unfortunately, they literally, when I got my 20 megapixel drone, they changed that. They put flight restrictions on from my house, and I can only go up 300 feet. 300 feet or 300 meters.
Legally or because that's the limit?
No, they legally, and it won't go higher. I have to
They put a
file with the
governor on
FAA to fly.
Oh, they put a governor on it?
They put not on the drone. They have these drones know where they are. So like there's certain places where it won't even take off. You're too
Are
close to an
kidding
airport.
me? See, I haven't flown a big drone in a minute, so I didn't know they'd gone that far with it.
Yeah, I've
What's
got a
crazy,
friend-
David, is what you're seeing here, that way it morphs away into the distance. The day my son and I were out on the coast doing the time lapse of the sunset, I had a pair of binoculars, he had a pair of binoculars, and we were looking at the sky, looking at chemtrails. And as the sun set, we saw this exact same thing. The sun never went below the horizon line. It just glooped out into the distance. It morphed away.
I was watching the sun for probably a good hour or so beforehand, and it's really booking through the sky. Let's say it appears to be dropping at 15 degrees an hour, but when it gets down to this line, it just sits there.
Sits there. Yes, exactly.
Sits
Just
there
goofy.
forever. and you know that's where where Globers say if the Earth was flat, the sun wouldn't remain the same size the whole way. And they scream, use a solar filter. If I had a solar filter on, you wouldn't see any of this. The sun would be invisible. because there's just not enough light to burn through it. But the sun has already set for me on the ground. I have friends at the beach that's the sun set before I even started filming. They saw the sun over the water. You know, there's trees on the other side a couple miles away, but it literally is at eye level. And the sun set behind that horizon line for them before I started filming this.
That's great.
So the 15 degrees per hour, to me, with the, you know, the personal atmospheric dome where we see the sun, let's say 100 miles to the east when it appears in the morning, it follows that dome to maybe 100 miles over our head and then down 100 miles to our west. So it's really the same distance from us almost the entire day. It's only when it gets down to the bottom of that, stops dropping, that we see it go away and then its light fades out. What do you think about that?
I'm not sure.
Mind blown.
I think it's pretty amazing, honestly, David.
Yeah, that's how I see it, David, for sure.
You know, I'd like to see somebody actually see if they could put a little solar filter on one of these drone cameras. Is that even possible?
I did it. I know I have it. I have the video. It's in my playlist, which is linked in this video. I have it where I watch the sun. It turns kind of pink and then it kind of just disappears. It completely disappeared. I brought the drone down, changed the battery, took the lens off, sent it back up, and there's the sun way above the horizon. It's still there. You just can't see it when it gets that to that point where it really is almost stops dropping.
Which one,
It
Dave?
gets too thin. It gets too light to see through a solar filter. But you know, the trolls still say you have to use a solar filter. I'm not even in this video. I'm not even claiming that the sun's size shrinks, even though it obviously does. I'm claiming that you can't use a solar filter and it stops going down. And there's absolute proof in that. If anyone's interested, in the description of that video is the link to my Dropbox for the unedited raw files.
What was that video called?
Sun fade out on the DITRH channel. It's the second one that's showing on the screen.
No, he's talking about the one where you did it with the solar filter.
Oh, the one I did it with the solar filter. There's a I believe I linked the playlist in the description. How do I get out of this?
I go into it and see. There's the
Not to change the topic, but Jason, you need to watch Shoot the Moon Movie at Gmail. There's going to be some tech support things coming in.
Sun fade out. Wait, hold on. Go to. Is that the playlist?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. So if you go to. There you go. If you go down to the one that has the two suns in it, like 1, 2, 3, 4.
Solar filter sunset.
Down, solar filter sunset.
There you go.
This was just my response to the.
So now what do you guys all think about human conscious? Look at all the people looking at the dang sun all of a sudden. We have arrived.
Gotta love it. I became particularly fascinated with it when we watched the August 2017 solar eclipse in totality. That was one of the most amazing things I've ever seen in my life, I think.
Okay, so David, when you say solar filter, what are we talking about here?
I'm talking a full blackout solar filter. I actually cut it out of a pair. It's with the mirror on one side and black on the other. I think I cut it out. Oh, I got it. I had a solar filter for my P900 and I cut it out of that and put it into the drone filter.
So basically it's knocking down the surface brightness by 99%.
Correct.
Okay.
So if you watch just a little bit longer, this just starts fading away. And I think I did this live. I'm not sure, but I edited it after.
I can already see it's dimming.
But watch what
shrinking.
happens.
I think it was live, Dave. I think I remember that too.
Looks like it's shrinking and dimming.
And what sucks is if I need two drones. Now I need 2 drones to film it, one with a filter, one without.
Right, that's always the problem. Are you the jackass that filmed the lunar wave and didn't use 3 telescopes?
Yeah. So it disappeared, and then 2 minutes later, I'm back up, and that's what the sun looks like without a filter.
Is that just a cloud up left?
There was a couple clouds. That's a chemtrail. This wasn't a perfect sun fade out day, but I was just making the point that you can't use a solar filter.
So, well, this is what I got to ask you, man. Does the drone have an installed camera, which is a Hasselblad, or is it something that you're using as a payload?
No, it's an installed camera as a Hasselblad. It's the DJI Mavic 2.
Oh, I actually know this. One of my good hacker friends has a Mavic, or had. He upgraded. So one of those drone designs has one where you can upgrade the lens. Is that yours, or is your lens
I don't
fixed?
know. Mine's the newest best. So
Can you pull the lens off?
Yeah. No, I can pull the cover off and put a different filter on it.
But not the lens.
I haven't even checked. I hate screwing with these things because there's
I know what you're about. I know what you mean. It would be so freaking kick ass if you could get
what about
a good zoom with 20 mega. Only now you're getting enough megapixels to even matter. For the longest time, you were looking at 10 megapixels.
Right. Well, my other drone, the DJI Mavic before this, I think it was 12 megapixels, and they have another one that has the zoom on it too. I might be 20 meg. I don't think it's 20 megapixels. I think it's less, but it has a zoom, so you can zoom while you're flying. I'm like, what's the point?
Huh.
Well, it depends. Yeah, it depends, and then you got to look: is this optical zoom or is this, digital zoom? Digital zoom ruins every image. It's not even worth having.
Right, I agree.
Isn't there? Oh, look, Stan is already on top of it. I was going to say, isn't there a way to mount another camera on the rig you have that would be all these bells and
you can't see it. I mean, how are you going to see it? How are you going to aim it? How are you going to focus it?
Right.
Oh, so it wouldn't stream to a device you could keep up with what was going. I mean, I don't have a clue. I'm so beyond any. You guys have gone beyond my little sad hobby drone.
It's so much work. There's no easy way to do it.
Yeah, and
not only that, a lot of the drones, the payload cuts off at about 4 pounds. So to get some heavy stuff up there,
and you're going to limit the battery time, because this one will stay in the air with calm winds for almost 30 minutes.
Wow, that's a long damn time.
And the other thing too is when you start to put valuable stuff on a drone, when you crash it, it's one thing because you can insure your drone, but if you start putting an expensive DSLR, I went through this with a friend. I helped him pick out the drone. And this was before he couldn't get 20 megapixels when he got his.
Right.
It wasn't there yet. And I told him, well, that's problematic because the only zoom you're going to get is in the editing room.
Right. It's you need it has to be the super clear day to get it. Otherwise, you end up seeing it disappear from the bottom up, because it goes, when you're looking across the atmosphere at any amount of clouds or chemtrails, it becomes an opaque line. And then it just gets perspective.
It'd be interesting to do, David. At one point in time, I got a big fat prism, like a big honking prism, to look at sunlight and false light, that man-made light. And then I took my scope and pointed it at the moon and took the eyepiece and the diagonal out and focused the moonlight through the prism to try to see, is it possible this is reflect light? But my point here is, so often you have chemtrailing. I wondered if it changes the spectrum of light. Like if you at midday made the rainbow on a white paper and took a picture of it, if you could get that same spectrum through the chem cover at sunset, I wonder if it would change the spectrum.
I don't know, man. The chemtrails are friggin' bumming me out.
Would infrared do that?
Do what?
Get through the chemtrail.
Yeah, sure it would. I have one lunar wave that I filmed with a full spectrum camera. I had two cameras, a visual spectrum Nikon and a full spectrum Canon DSLR. I had the Nikon on a honkin' telephoto with a doubler, and it was on the moon, and they started chemtrailing. Meanwhile, I've got my full spectrum on the scope, And what happened was the chemtrailing got so thick that I had to shut off the visual spectrum because you couldn't see the moon anymore. But my full spectrum was looking right through it. And right when the lunar wave happens, all the chemtrails part. The lunar wave goes by and then it all closes back in. But I could see through the chemtrails with that camera.
I don't think there's any other camera to buy now other than infrared.
Well, it's actually full spectrum, but yeah.
Okay. What's the difference?
Infrared is IR, full spectrum is UV, visual, and IR. And truth be told, the IR and UV we get these days is probably NIR and NUV, which means near IR. So you're not getting in. In the 70s, you could get much further into the spectrum, but now apparently the military will all die and go to hell if we use.
Can I share some pictures?
Yeah,
Hello?
go for it. Sorry.
I don't know how to do it.
Up top,
share down the bottom.
Down the bottom, I think.
Middle screen.
Share screen.
Yep.
Yep.
All right. So
I'm
I
gonna
say
draw.
share
Okay,
screen.
Jason, you need to monitor Shoot the Moon at Gmail.
I've been on it the whole time.
Okay, because
Share screen. And then what am I? Is this me? Oh, this is me.
Then you pick a screen.
Or an application.
All right. So I'm down in. I'm down. You guys can see this, right?
Yep.
So I'm down in the little island off Puerto Rico, and the closest island, the closest part of St. Croix is just over 50 miles away, and it's a super clear day. I get my P1000, and all I can see is clean horizon. I got nothing except just horizon, not a sign of the island. Break out the P900, and here is St. Croix. And as I move to the left, it's like 60, 70 miles away. To the right, the part on the right over here, that's 50 miles away, and I shouldn't be able to see the top of that mountain.
Are you shooting at sea level or are you elevated?
No, I'm about 190 feet above sea level, but even with that at 50 miles, the very tip of the tallest mountain, and on the right here, that's 50 miles away right here.
And this is infrared, yeah?
This is infrared. But I want to encourage people to do that happen to have both setups is prove that, you know, if I took my P1000 and had a Glober there with me and I said, look, I can't see St. Croix, and they'd be like, that's because it's over the curve. Break out the IR, and there it is.
Yeah.
And
Not only that, I can.
By the way, I could have gotten this from the beach, but it was my first day there, and I was like, okay, I'll get that. This is great. I'm going to get it from sea level. And every day after that, they started spraying chemtrails, and the sky was screwed up.
Well, I'm noticing that probably the atmosphere wasn't wholly in your favor anyhow. Look at all those white caps.
Yeah, it was windy.
That means that more stuff, water, vapor, is going to be in the air.
But
Right.
what was that?
But even with that, I'm
P900?
able to see. So this part of St. Croix is the closest part, right about there, and that's over 50 miles away. Over to the left here, I haven't measured it, but it's at least 60, 70 miles away.
And what are you using? A modified P900?
P900, modified P900.
Cool. And is that
And there's
something?
another island off to the left, which I didn't have time, like right there. I'm not sure if that's it. Because I'm not sure where it is. I didn't have a tripod. I didn't set up anything yet. I'm like, oh, I'm going to get this from the beach. And it's right there. I mean, it's undeniable.
How do people modify their P900s? Is it still just that one guy, or?
You send it. No, there's two places that do it. These are just some still shots. But we were Taboo Conspiracy was looking at this. We could see some buildings down on some of them, and we're just trying to identify where they are. But I didn't really get great shots.
So basically for everyone listening, when you modify a camera in the way that Dave's talking about, most cameras have like this little glass sheet over the sensor, and that glass sheet is blocking the spectrum that you want, if you want IR or UV, and they change it with quartz or something. But I would point out there are two major places that do it in the country. But I've been looking, there was a guy in San Diego who moved to China, unfortunately, who was a brilliant engineer who was doing them on his own. I would love to find someone like that who could address maybe getting further into the spectrums. It's not that expensive to convert a camera, but again, you're not getting very far into the spectrum from what I understand.
Yeah, there's a guy on YouTube, Jay Tolan Media, that he gets really far into the infrared spectrum, and I've noticed that his footage is always so much more, crisp and clear than anybody else's. So I'm not
How's he
exactly
doing
sure
it?
what he's doing. I don't know. We had him on the show once, but I should Skype him and ask him exactly what his equipment was again. Because
Reach out to him, because now that I'm going to try to start getting back on the scope, as a matter of fact, I'm even looking at maybe trying to, I don't know if I have to crowdfund it or whether I can cover it, get a permanent scope tower put in so that I don't ever have to worry about stairs and lifting and all that.
Right, that'd be great.
Hey, let's get Jay Tolan Media on the call.
That's what I was thinking. John, screw it. Let's just get him on too.
Haven't we had him on? But is there not like a screw-on filter that you can put on a camera?
No.
No?
No, it's not the same.
No. Okay. Bugger.
No, I think I think he's using a Sony camera of some sorts, and I got the impression that it wasn't necessarily converted, but had already come with that way, and he could switch to an infrared mode.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah.
Which is interesting, but I mean, his footage is absolutely astounding. The clarity of it is just mind-boggling. It truly
He's
is.
not using a P900. He's using a different camera.
Yeah, he's using a Sony, like an A70 or something like that. I'll ask him.
Well, it also shows you another thing. Dave's shooting an IR and it looks kind of black and whitey. Mine has UV and IR and everything is pink. So when you go into UV, things start to take on a pink hue.
No, hang on. Mine was completely pink, and they taught me how to get rid of that. Is just pointed at something green, like I just pointed at the green grass, and then hit the white balance, and everything turns black and white.
All right, reverse what I said. The opposite of what I just said is probably true then. To have UV would be less pink and have IR is pink. What am I thinking about? Infrared. It tells you right in the name.
Right, but you can play with the white balance by telling it that green is white, and then it stops it from being pink.
But then it goes to monotone, right?
It goes to what you saw in my video.
Kind of black and white.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought that was preferred. What do I know? I know nothing about cameras.
To me, look, the way I would look at it is, the longest wavelength is red. So you would have to compare the video before you did that. I would suspect the pink video probably is easier to see contrast and detail.
All right, I'll try that. Guess I got to go back down to the Caribbean. Shucks.
All you got to do is unconvert. Oh, I see what you did. I get it. Yeah. I was gonna say you could do that in post, but
no. I need a tripod. I got to do it right.
Forgot the Mai Tais.
So, Jason, does anyone care about the movie yet? He's playing it.
Did I leave my mic on?
No. What's it looking like? Is anyone taking an interest?
You can hear me, right?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, I was just fixing a problem, actually. No, see what we're up to here.
Was that no interest?
32 sales in 6 countries. 23 United States, 3 Canadians, 3 United Kingdom, 1 Australia, 1 Italy, and 1 Bhutan.
I bet Italy is Dr.
Wow, Bhutan.
Yeah.
You know what, Jason? You should probably do an IP block on China and Russia, or DVDs will be for sale tomorrow in both of those countries.
I don't know how to do that from Vimeo.
I saw it in the list. There is a way to do it. I saw it in the stats when you initially sent me the thing.
I'll check it out.
Fire off a tech support thing and let them answer it so you don't have to waste your time. That's actually some pretty damn clear footage right there. And I wonder, see, because green would be halfway. So I'm just wondering if you left it pink, if the contrast in the viewing part of it, it's annoying that everything's pink, but would it be more contrasty?
What boggles my mind is he's shooting through an airplane window as well and still getting this clear footage.
Right, and that's something to be said because every piece of lens, glass, or other thing you go has the ability to refract or deflect IR and UV. That's the problem with trying to use UV with a telescope. Apparently, the lens coatings and mirrors reduce its effectiveness.
Huh.
I learned along the way.
What annoys me is that
because I wanted a totally UV scope, and then I realized you can't. Not if it's got lenses or mirrors. So you'd have to build a scope without lenses or mirrors.
Interesting. I'd like to see that.
I can't play it. It's just spinning.
I think this is officially the longest show I've ever been on.
It's been one of our longest in a while.
Wait a minute, this isn't live anywhere, is it?
Oh, God, yes.
No, don't worry, Dave. No, just
It's live everywhere. And by the way, they know you sent roses.
I'm not wearing pants.
And donuts. Don't forget the donuts.
I let him off the hook for the donuts when the roses got here.
It was that card that said "Belief is the enemy of knowing" that sealed the deal.
Yeah, it said Dave Weiss, "Belief is the enemy of knowing." There's a little copyright mark right after it too.
Right. And by the way, I stole that from you the first time you said it, before you even knew it was a thing.
Someone should tell my brain to catch up with itself.
Yeah.
Before he
I was
knew
like,
there
that's
was
a
a
great
there.
line. That's a great line. I'm going to use it.
I got an idea.
I use it all the time.
You don't understand, Dave. I was in the shower for like 10 years thinking, what would be a really good line?
I don't doubt it.
Yeah.
What if you took a certain type of gas which countered the refraction rate of the lens and put it within the chamber? Isn't that how Royal Rife did it? How he could get such clarity?
I'm not sure. The way that it was explained to me for DSLRs is the sensor, like if you take off your camera lens, the sensor that you've got to clean down there has like a glass plate over it. That plate is filtering everything but visual spectrum to give you nice snapshots. So what they do is they pull that glass plate off and they replace it with, I think, typically quartz or something that transmits those wavelengths through. So that's all I know about it.
This is
Yeah,
unbelievable.
I thought Royal Rife also used some sort of a heterodyning, light heterodyning technique that would bring things that were typically out of the visible spectrum down into it.
Yeah, I'm
But-
not sure how he did it. Yeah,
He was an amazing genius.
I was talking about this earlier, Bob. Was I right in saying that there was a guy, Rife or whatever, who invented a microscope that could see biological things living, and then he could test them with frequencies and see what would kill or what?
Yes, that's actually exactly it. His microscope was so revolutionary. I mean, even to this day, nothing touches it. But he was able to observe these organisms, and of course, his theory is that each one of these living biological organisms had a resonant frequency. And so the idea behind the Rife machine is to find that resonant frequency, using the microscope, by sweeping it with different frequencies. And then, much like the opera singer and the wine glass, you hit it with that resonant frequency and it just disintegrates without harming any tissue around it.
Who is this dude? I'd like to talk to that dude.
His
from the 30s.
Yeah, his name is Royal Raymond Rife.
Well, I've got lots of data, so I can build a time machine.
Yeah, there was a banquet held. It was the dinner to end all diseases.
Yep.
And this was like the head of the U.S. Medical Association. This wasn't just Joe Schmo, some crazy people.
And am I
this
right
was very well known.
that
back
this
then.
technology is lost now? We can't. We
No.
don't have. No.
In fact, I have a Rife machine. I've had one for over 15 years, and
No,
they
but
are,
I mean the microscope side of things.
well, apparently the microscope is in a museum somewhere. But
But wait a
But
minute,
we
what the
don't
hell's
use
a Rife? What is a Rife machine?
well, a Rife machine essentially is nothing more than a signal generator. And the modern day Rife machines are basically what they do is they piggyback these audio frequencies onto like a 20 megahertz RF, and your body acts as a natural rectifier. So essentially what you get is the modulated envelope that they are modulating onto that 20 megahertz, and that is what is the resonant frequency that destroys the harmful organisms.
Okay, so wait a minute. I got a couple questions here. First of all, could you project the resonant frequency into, say, a sheet of glass with the Rife machine?
Well, it wouldn't do any good because again, it's modulated under a 20 megahertz wave. Now, if you
No, but I'm not asking for the function that it was intended for. I'm just asking, could you use it to put the resonant frequency into a sheet of glass?
and use the glass as a transducer.
No, for cymatics.
Oh, I see what you're saying. You know, you probably could, but I have
Because what that would tell you would be something so critically important, which we've been robbed of, which is libraries of what the cymatic shapes translates to. Part of the problem being if it was a square plate, it changes the design. If it's a round plate, so you see what I'm doing. But with a Rife machine, if you know you had these particularly important frequencies, you could broadcast that into a glass or copper or something like that. You could then create the cymatic images, match them back to the resonant frequency, and have a library of beneficial geometry.
Right. No, I know exactly what you're saying, and that makes sense. The only thing that I can see that might be an issue is when I can't remember the guy's name that originally did it, but when he originally did the cymatic patterns, he was using like a really fine Lyco powder.
Yep.
And so the medium would make a difference, especially if you're going into these super high frequencies that are well out of the audible range.
But that's fine because it's easy to change a medium, but it's not easy to get the frequency generator.
Does it have to be glass?
No, it could be
like rubber
any rigid substrate. But the point he's making is the medium he just mentioned is in one of the big cymatics books I read. They found certain mediums worked better than others in certain, so that's what he's getting at. But it's easy to figure out, what works, beach sand or what are we using here. But the real problem is you can get tone generators and stuff, but I'm guessing if the Rife frequency generator was geared to hit harmful things or do beneficial things, then it's pre-programmed with these important frequencies. And then you could then match back the geometry. So you do it on a round plate and you do it on a square plate. The subsequent geometry could then be categorized as good or negative in effect.
Oh, interesting. Yeah. Obviously by its design. Just like when you take the esophageal tones and you look at them cymatically, they're very beautiful and very symmetrical.
And very well done. Yeah, it's like that. I made a thumbnail of it showing the difference between 440 and 432, which is, whatever it is, 8 cycles. I forget what the cycles a second is, between supposed harmful and non-harmful. But what you find is when the geometry is intricate and clean, those are beneficial. And when it gets muddy or sloppy or not quite complex, those are the negative.
Exactly. That's exactly right. It's amazing, isn't it? That the things that are so appealing to our eye and so beautifully symmetrical are actually the very same ones that are very helpful to the body.
They've intentionally hidden cymatic library patterns. Like if you try to look them up, I even searched for every book. I could search harder, but my point is, do you know how damn valuable it would be to have a book of just the geometries listed out, paired with their frequency, and if you understand it to be beneficial or harmful or anything you understand about it, that would be a damn valuable book because it would translate to so many facets of existence.
Absolutely. I absolutely agree.
It's a good damn idea. Jason and I are going to do another film if anyone cares about the one we just made. But my point here is we talked about cymatics because with my knowledge base, I could add some things that I don't think has been covered, but both of us also play guitar. So I was thinking what we could show, and we may come back to the idea of cymatics. It would be visually stunning, and Jason's an audio engineer, but I'd heard about the Rife machine, but I didn't know much about it. So, and look what you're going to see here. So right there, all of a sudden you have good geometry, clean geometry. But that doesn't necessarily guarantee that it's a beneficial frequency. Usually more complex translates to better, but that's part of the problem. We don't have a library that we can use, and yet it's hidden in cathedrals and all over the place. It's intentionally obfuscated.
Absolutely.
Hey, Jason or Crow, do you guys have a promo short YouTube video that says, click the link below to access this the movie?
No, Jason just got the streaming live 5 seconds before we came on this show.
Yeah.
Tomorrow
Should have had the
morning.
video prepared before that. Sorry.
No, look, dude,
the
you're
link
gonna owe
is in
me
the
freaking
description.
carnations next time, dude.
All right.
The
Well,
link's in the description
Jason,
below this one, apparently,
if
Dave.
you just put together a short trailer and then link it,
That'll happen tomorrow. Yeah.
give that to me, and I'll feature it on the app. But I need a YouTube link to do that.
I'll get it. I'll get that built tomorrow, Dave. We've both been slammed, and yeah, we know our marketing sucks.
Well, John,
Wait, I'm just curious how my marketing is. Nobody answer this. Crow, when I say the app, what am I talking about?
Well, you see, I happen to know something about this. It's actually code for what killed Cleopatra, and they've sneakily dropped the S and added another P to fool you into thinking it's some kind of application.
So you don't know when I say my app what I'm talking
I
about?
know exactly what it is. I've seen it on your channel, so.
All right, good.
But your
I just want to see
advertising
how my
still sucks,
marketing
Dave.
is.
he's never used an app, just so you know.
You know,
I
well,
built one. I built an app.
He talks about my app in every show. He talks about the Sky Clock. That's my app.
Your app is named Sky Clock?
Well, it is the Sky. It's called the Flat Earth, Sun, Moon, and Zodiac Clock app.
Dave, your app was the first app I ever downloaded on an app thing called a Fondle Slab or whatever it is. I can't get it working. But
You want to hear
that's
something
just me.
pathetic? Is Wolfie and Reds, I believe together, ripped off my app on Google Play. They copied everything about it. A really shitty version of it, though. They stole my
I
artwork,
saw that.
the exact same copy and everything. It's crap. And then they put it up for free, so my app wouldn't sell, but it's not working.
Excellent.
Well, I could give
I'll
you
go
some
get that
marketing
one then.
tip. You know, if you market that and say London or somewhere, it could be an app for chaps.
Say again?
Nothing?
That-
This is a
is
tough
that a
crowd, man. Yeah, I know. I'm getting a bit punch drunk. It's
An app for
it's
chaps.
midnight here.
yeah, give me the
Oh,
give me the
boy.
screen for a second, John.
Oh, right. No worries. Hey, don't worry. It's 3 o'clock here.
And yes, I saw that posted on your channel
Am
some time ago,
I?
Dave.
There you go, mate.
Am I? I don't know if I have my camera on or not. Let me see. I have to talk.
Camera's on. There it is.
There it is.
No, wait a minute.
Wait,
You have an old version. You have to update
Oh,
that.
do I have to update it? Oh, see, I didn't even see it. I didn't know I needed to update.
And
You
you're
have to
quizzing
update
me
that.
on apps.
It's got the Zodiac on it now. It's got all sorts of.
Oh, well, let me go do the update. I rarely turn it on during the show because my tablet makes my microphone make weird noises, so I rarely turn it on anymore. I used to have it sitting back here, but you can't really see it that far back. Have you guys looked at Norb's work he's been doing lately with frequency and like
Who's Norm?
Norb is the guy who helped Martin Kenny put together the amazing 3D representation of his cosmic egg theory.
Yeah, his channel's called Norb's World,
Norb's
and
World.
he
Yeah.
does a lot of work with esophageal frequencies.
Amazing stuff. Great
it's
digital
pretty
detox
interesting.
series.
Anyhow, I don't mean to butt in, but I just want to ask one more time about what does it cost to get your hands on a Rife machine? Is it possible to do?
Absolutely. In fact, whoever's doing the screen sharing, if you want to bring up a webpage and go to gb4000.org, that will show you, at least this is the one that I have. I've got the GB4000. And you're right, Crow, it is simply a signal generator. However, this particular one is programmed with all the frequencies that they have available, you know, in the Rife spectrum that they're using.
Yeah, I actually know an audio engineer who could amplify that signal.
Yeah, I also have a 25 watt amplifier that goes with it. It's called the SR4 amplifier. You'll see it there on the left. And essentially all it is just it just amplifies up the RF. And yeah,
I
there it
don't
is.
see the price though.
Oh, the prices, they're a couple grand.
So what do you actually get? That whole thing right there is what you get, that case at the bottom?
Mine didn't come with a case, but then again, I've had mine for 16 years. So,
But those two things together are what you get?
well, you buy actually the amplifier is separate. So the amplifier is like $1,000 or something. I don't know. It's been so long, but it's about 2,500 or so, something like that. I think for the. Oh, there they are. Okay. So
There's
17.
the amplifier combo. So which one's the amp is on the left or the right? It's on the left?
It's on the left.
So Jason, we wouldn't even need to buy, if we used a machine like this, we wouldn't even need the amp because you could amp it.
Yeah.
Yeah, as long as the amp is capable of multi-spectrum. Well, no, actually, because all it has to do is run on the 20 megahertz.
All it's got to do is take a signal and boost it.
Yeah, it's an RF amplifier though, not an audio amplifier. It's an RF amplifier.
RF amplifier. Well, wait a minute. So can with just the device on the right, can you plug it into a speaker and make it audible?
You can, yes.
So then it's amplifiable.
Right. Yeah, you don't have to put it on the RF carrier, but the RF carrier, like I said, obviously it makes it easier to penetrate the tissue when you put it on an RF carrier wave. And then the audio frequencies, which run up to 20, 30,000 hertz, are modulated on top of that RF carrier wave.
So the whole idea of this is that it's going to be programmed with what are considered to be beneficial frequencies.
Yes.
So I'm just saying here, someone who wants to make something that matters in this world, get one of these devices, do cymatics, do it on round plates and square plates, take pictures of everything, match it with its beneficial frequency number that's known, and there is a library that is sorely missing from our world. And ingenious people would then be able to correlate that geometry to so many things we see. You might even be able to see a damn car logo and recognize, hey man, that's not beneficial.
I have a feeling that Bob may know someone who's probably trying to mark this up on her to-do list right now as we speak.
I see a lady at work even. Yep.
Yeah, the wheels are turning in Cammy's head.
We'll see how well this film does, and maybe some other folks might want to give this a go.
I want to do a cymatics film, but we're going to be booked until I drop.
Another great channel for cymatics, I have to give a shout out to Dave, and I'm probably destroying this name, Shiremeyer. He's using bubbles in cymatics. I was going to talk about it a couple of weeks ago.
Wow, so he's using the liquid medium?
Yeah, here, let me put my share up.
So check this out, man. Do you guys understand that cymatics way back in the day proved anti-gravity? Not that I'm saying gravity exists. What I'm saying is it proved that something could be turned upside down and fall to the floor, and it didn't. This is what happened. They took a liquid medium on a cymatics plate, and they fed a frequency that created the geometry, whatever it was. They turned it on its side, and the geometry in the liquid medium held. And they turned it upside down, and the geometry held. Then they turned it back so it was, like perpendicular, so everything should slide off, and they turned off the resonant frequency, and as the liquid began to slide off the plate, they turned it back on, and it jumped right back up into its geometry.
Oh wow.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting.
It's beyond interesting if you consider the ramifications of what it actually means, and anyone who's tried to study cymatics will understand it is one of the most hidden topics. And even the best book I could buy in English was from a German dude, and it's like 2 inches thick, and it's crap. It's just roundabout, here's what cymatics is about, but don't ask any questions.
Yeah, well, Tesla knew something when he said that the world was basically made up about of frequency and vibration. He was dead on the money about that. And, it just depends on what frequencies that you're dealing with that, some of them can be miraculous, not only for health reasons, but apparently even for anti-gravity.
Yeah, alchemy has known this since from whenever, but what are we witnessing here? Cymatic mushrooms?
Cool. Bubble cymatic.
That looks like a toroidal field to me, to be honest.
Yeah, I know it absolutely was. It was for a minute there.
It absolutely does. That also reminds me of Mike Kavanaugh's the FE core. You guys remember the video he did showing the sun's motions and how they're linked directly to a toroidal field, except it's oscillating around just like that bubble is. That's what I see when I look at that. That's amazing.
The video's muted, Walt.
So wait a minute. This dude's on YouTube, and how is it I never found this guy?
Yeah, I'm looking for my mute button and I couldn't find it. Sorry, guys.
You have to actually go on the internet, Crrow.
Right, you have to use the computer every now and again. I found this guy about 2 weeks ago and was going to talk about him on the show, but like I said, we've had so many great guests over the last few weeks, and I was trying to get in touch with him to get him on the show. So, but yeah, his whole channel is loaded with this type of stuff. It's just amazing.
This is likely one of the most important lost hidden topics that is not part of our modern existence.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more.
It should be.
I've done a couple shows on cymatics on Globebusters. It's a subject I've been fascinated with for years, and I 100% agree with you about the repercussions and the importance of it.
Can you imagine taking a 5G frequency and putting it into a plate? What that might look like?
Well, I don't know. I would think that it would vibrate so fast that it would be pretty hard to detect visually.
I think it would be a freaky mess.
Indeed.
But not only that, there's cool things like, did you know that elephants communicate in a super, super low frequency? Most of the time, human beings can't even hear it.
No, I did not know that.
So everybody knows elephants are cool, and everybody knows elephants are good. So, could you imagine taking the cymatic from like an elephant or a whale or any of these things, which we should all know about, but we don't.
Yeah, the only thing I would think that, trying to get a cymatic pattern of something that low frequency, the pattern itself would be enormous. You'd have to have a huge platform to lay it out on to be able to see it.
Right. For people listening to understand, like I was a radio operator in the Marine Corps. When you're making an antenna, you have to have it long enough to pick up the troughs and the peaks of the waveform. And to put that in perspective, submarines use ultra low frequency, and they hang a wire out the back of a submarine that could be miles long so that it's long enough to pick up the ultra low frequency. Good point, but there's probably a way you could figure out to do it, maybe. Like, for one thing, what if you kept cutting the waveform in half just to get it down to where you could, then you could imagine it out to what it should be?
Yeah. Yeah, well, possibly. The thing is about cymatics, though, is that when you octave up on a frequency, it comes up with a completely different pattern. It's not like it's a symmetrical or logical progression.
Doubles or triples, right?
Yeah, it's completely different. That's why I'm saying, if you go down into that low frequency, the only way you're going to see it is if you have a ginormous, plate, so to speak, that you're vibrating to actually get that pattern out because of those extremely long wavelengths.
So you could actually probably do the same calculation the Marine Corps uses to create stand-up antennas and understand the frequency, like what's this got to be, 20 feet long or something? And then there would be the problem of putting enough juice into something 20 feet long, to get the vibration.
So what about using the flow of a great big empty warehouse and just wiring it all around and the outskirts of it?
That would be so freaking cool.
There's a lot of abandoned warehouses around here.
That would be one big ass transducer that you'd need a huge amplifier for. I can tell you that.
Okay, so all this is making me
call my friend in the film industry.
Okay.
You guys remember the guy that was on American whatever? I don't know. He was on some show, but I had known him from his work out at like Burning Man, I think. It's the guy that takes the cables and strings them up into the valleys, up into the canyons, and plays the earth as an instrument. Do you know what I'm talking about? I cannot remember his name. Oh.
I think I've heard something of that, but I don't remember who that is.
Let me find it. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Let me find it and show you guys.
So I was going to say
Schumann resonance or something.
Earth harp, I think. Let me find it.
Yeah, Schumann resonance is like 7 hertz, something like that, the Earth's resonant frequency. But what I was going to say, Crrow, is, I've done a lot of RF work and RF engineering, and one formula that we use, and we could obviously scale this, to determine like a half wavelength for an RF wave, you just use 468 divided by the frequency in megahertz, and that will give you a half wavelength. And of course, that could scale down into audio frequencies as well to calculate that out.
Right. And the other thing I would point out is if we actually did have books that had good maps that we could use these days, we could probably figure out that when you octave up, you've either doubled or tripled, which would give you a clue to a geometry you can't see.
Yeah, very much, very good. Yes.
Yeah, man, I think cymatics is one of the most important things we don't know about. And I think it's been demonstrated over and over and over. As a matter of fact, I think half of the things in this world that are not beneficial, like the 5G that's coming, are the proof in the pudding why we know nothing about cymatics, because to know about cymatics is to understand how form is actually created.
Exactly. Well, you know, we're going to have a lot of neat things to talk about on Sunday. I can see that already.
Hey, Crrow.
Yeah.
I saw in your video you addressed the possibility, pretty much ruled out, that the lunar wave can be a jet trail, but the trolls out there are just going wild with it, as you've seen, I'm sure.
Oh, I haven't seen, but that's because of one guy who claims to have filmed it, and he has 2 videos. He contacted me when he did it. He's the only people of the 30 some that have filmed it that claim to see a plane. One shows a plane going across the moon, and there is a type of single wave, but it's nothing like a double lunar wave.
No, I saw you address it in the film. So there's no, in your mind, there's no chance these are planes.
What I say in the film is what I stand by.
Okay.
First of all, very few people that I know have as much scope experience as I do. There's another guy named Richard 205 Maria who has a very kind of different view on aliens and everything, but nonetheless, skilled scope operator. He's filmed it 6 times. The thing about sitting in front of a scope for endless hours is if a damn plane's coming, you're so bored, you're going to try to film it. Where I was in San Diego, you can hear them and see them coming from miles away. I'm a skilled observer. The first time when I caught it, I didn't know jack. By the time I caught it the second time, I immediately began scanning the skies, and I kept binoculars there. There is no plane in the sky unless there is some flying thing that is completely invisible and completely silent or moving so quickly. But no one can produce actual good double lunar wave footage that I've ever seen with a plane. The second piece of footage he has was shot at 200 frames per second. Good 2 double waves, but there's no plane. He claims it was out of frame.
Right.
All right. That doesn't. Yeah, I don't really care what people say, because it either has value or it doesn't. And people saying this, that, or the other thing is neither here nor there.
No, I personally, my analysis is that it's not. I mean, the wake that a plane leaves kind of looks a tiny bit similar, but you know.
Well, let me. I can point everyone in a direction that helps. There's a piece of footage on YouTube where they wanted to see the bow wake of a plane going supersonic, so they filmed it in front of the sun going supersonic. And what you'll notice is that every possible surface on the plane makes a wave. So the nose does, the leading edge of both wings does, the tail wings do, the upright tail fin does. There's 5 waves being generated. People should go look that up. Not only that, you can look up other bow waves, and you'll just see, you know, if you really want to think about it, anything that makes a frequency is making a wave, whether you can see it or not. So everything makes a wave. But the lunar wave is a pretty distinct thing. And to be honest with you, I'm not adverse. If someone came up with, guess what? There's these high-tech planes nobody knew about, and they could demonstrate something, I'd be all ears to hear it. But at this point, we've had 30-some people film it, and the one dude who's been posting on Rose's and Jason's Facebook, he's the guy who's shouting that planes do it, and his evidence is flimsy, because the one that shows a plane is not in the same ballpark as lunar waves, and the one that looks like a lunar wave, there's not even audio. But
yeah,
and who knows? Maybe he's telling it how he sees it. But
I doubt it.
I've got 2 dudes with many thousands of hours of scope footage, no planes.
Yeah, I don't buy that the planes are perturbing the atmosphere and causing that wave. I think it's something completely different.
Well, I heard it from the Limitless channel, so I had to.
Oh, well.
It was real.
Well, there's your problem, Dave.
Somebody better call BOB and tell him to take it out of his rap song. It's just
yeah.
Yeah, and the lunar wave's a lot more sharper than a wake turbulence off the end of an airplane.
Well, there's another problem that the 2012 lunar wave gifted us. It took me a long time. We finally were watching it one time on a 60-inch plasma screen. And we realized it looked like something cloaked was going right before the wave starts. And what we realized is there's like this kind of wave pattern that happens right as the wave's about to start. But the thing is it goes in 3 directions. There's a sweep that goes left to right. There's a diagonal kind of pattern, and then there's the wave. So for anything to be traveling like a plane in one direction and then create motion waves that go in 3 directions, you know, it doesn't make sense. And that's besides the fact. I'm a good observer, and I actually spent a lot of time waiting to find a wave with binoculars there. And as soon as I filmed it, I was looking for running lights, a smoke trail, sound, a plane, and they just weren't there.
Cool.
Well, I think we got to cut this off before, we take all of Bob's show away on Sunday, really. Talk about.
How dare you? Okay, well, actually, that's fine with me because you know what? I really want to go check out this movie. So,
me too.
Look for a purchase from Denver, Colorado in about the next 30 minutes.
Make that too.
And Bob, if you could maybe put a good word in with Cammie, we'd love to get Cammie on over here. She was supposed to have been in our Moon episode at one point. I think we've tried getting her on a few times and it just never worked out. So if you could just
wait a minute, I thought this was flat Earth men going their own way.
So get this, man. Get this. Some person just emailed me saying, "Hey, man, I need tech support. I can't stream the movie." Turns out in the country they're in, they're not allowed to stream it.
Wow.
And since he said Donka as a way of thanks, it kind of clues us into what part of the world we are talking about.
So how come it's not allowed in Germany? Did they cut it off or did you?
I think it might be more towards the Swedish side of the house there.
Oh, okay.
If I had to guess, and I am guessing, and I can't say anybody's identity, but he said flat out that in the country I live in, they will not allow this streaming.
Wow. Unbelievable.
I'm guessing Jason just did this tech support call. Did you get that call, Jason?
I found it. I'm doing it now, actually. No, I hadn't done it yet. I literally just pushed the button.
Okay.
Jason, you're not going to sleep at all tonight.
He doesn't anyhow, man. That boy turned into a vampire as soon as he got clear of corporate America.
All right. Well, hopefully you're not banned in all countries by the morning.
So China and Russia, those are the 2 I blocked. Anything else? Everything else good?
No, I think that's good. And I don't even really want to do that. But the problem is you know, the problems we've had with Russia. Someone there wants to fight.
Hey, Jason, are you going to make a YouTube video tonight by any chance?
Well, I'm going to talk to Crrow and see what he wanted to make for it. I mean, I have the trailer already. What all do you need in it?
Just make the trailer, you know, put some type on it that says link in description for the movie available now on Vimeo, and then send me the YouTube link, and then I'll feature it on the app in the morning.
We need to run the trailer that I did that shows the scope getting cut up, set up. Do you have a copy of that, Jason?
The first one?
Yeah, I guess it was the first one. Yeah.
I should have that somewhere. Yeah.
Why don't you grab that? Are you going to be doing the Midnight Owl thing?
Who knows? Probably.
All right. Well, if you want to do it, and if not, email me and I'll do it first thing in the morning.
And very important, it has to have a good thumbnail with large type saying what it is. Okay.
Dude, you're going to owe me another dozen donuts in about 3 seconds.
Whatever.
He doesn't care. He's too tough to care.
Yeah.
So, David, why don't you go ahead and give us a plug for the Flat Earth podcast and your YouTube channel and all that good stuff?
Are we live streaming or is it just us?
Oh, no,
this is
we've been live streaming.
People have been listening to you cuss all night.
That's I had no idea. I'm not wearing pants. So
we're at 4 hours and like 45 minutes.
We are. I do the Flat Earth podcast. As a matter of fact, in 15 minutes, we're recording another episode with my co-host Matt Long, and it's available everywhere where podcasts are held: iTunes, SoundCloud, YouTube, and check out my app, the Flat Earth Sun, Moon, and Zodiac Clock app. It's a great way when you're talking Flat Earth with somebody to keep their attention and let them really understand what it is on iTunes and Google Play. Watch out for the crappy version made by the trolls. It's free. Mine is $2.99.
I updated mine.
Walt got the right one.
I updated it. There we go.
You got the Zodiac on there?
I got the Zodiac in there, brother. Oops.
Yeah.
Jason, I'm making a thumbnail for you. I'll send
And wait a minute, hold on a second. Do you have if you go into settings and then scroll down, you'll see a switch for daylight savings time, and it'll make the sun jump off the hour hand to its proper position. And yeah, I'm up here. And
that turns on your GPS.
And it'll put the sun in the proper position. All right, guys, I got to roll.
Thank you so much, David, for hopping on.
True, David. Thank you, man. I appreciate it.
Nice,
Hey, man, thanks for the roses.
See ya. Bye-bye.
Later on, Dave.
Later.
Are you still on, Jason?
Yeah.
I'm going to make you a 1920 by 1080 thumbnail based on one of the posters with big fat text so I don't get nasty grams from Dave in the morning.
Hey, Bob, why don't you go ahead and plug your YouTube channel and all the stuff you got going on and tell everybody what you got coming up this week.
Well, what we have coming up this week is apparently Crrow and Jason, and also Chris Van Matre will be joining us on Sunday. We're going to be talking about exactly what you guys have been talking about today. We're going to hopefully elaborate a little bit more on it and get Jaron, John, and Iru's take on it as well. So I am the host of Globebusters, which of course I do with Jaron Campanella from Jaronism, and Iru Landucci and John the Morgile. And we're on every Sunday at noon Pacific, 3 p.m. Eastern.
That is so awesome. Thanks for hopping on. We really need to get you back on here. Hopefully not 5 hours, but at least a couple hours to yourself.
Okay, well, I'd be happy to join you. So, whenever.
We will definitely do our best to make that happen.
All right. Sounds good. All right, guys. Well, thanks for having me on.
Anytime at all.
Thank you, Bob. Thanks.
Good meeting you, Bob.
Appreciate it, man.
Okay. Good meeting you too, Jason and Crrow. We'll see you on Sunday.
All right, man. Have a good night.
Okay.
Give me our best.
Bye
See
bye.
you on Sunday, Bob.
Yep. See you then, Chris. Peace.
All right. Let's see who's.
Then it was 20. No.
Well, why don't we go ahead? I'll get Crrow out of here. I know he's busy over there on Photoshop getting his thumbnail made. So, Crrow, why don't you plug away your Crrow777radio.com and all the stuff that you've got going on?
All right, you can find me on YouTube at CRROW777 or Crrow777 on YouTube, and the free speech website that we maintain is Crrow777radio.com. And please spread around the movie link to Shoot the Moon. And that's it for me.
Awesome.
Thank you so much, brother. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Crrow. Talk to you soon.
All right, you guys have a good night.
All right, Crrow, thanks so much. Thanks for hanging out so long. I really do appreciate it. I know it's a long haul, especially when you come over here. It seems like you hang out for quite a while.
No worries, man. Thanks for having me. Have a good night, guys.
All right.
All right, gentlemen. Later.
Jason,
Thank you,
thank you. The work you have done, my friend, is just, and Rose, thank you. Love you so much. Just the amazing, I know what you guys have done has been beyond the call. So thank you all.
I appreciate the kind words. I hope you guys have a wonderful night.
Yes, thank you, Rose, and thank you, Jason.
Yeah, my pleasure, man.
The iron you need to keep you physically fit and mentally alert. Medical studies show that 2 out of 3 women and many, many men lack the daily iron your body requires in a form your body can easily use and put to work. Every dose gives you more than your daily minimum iron requirement. We are not alone. We are striving. So if you're not getting the iron your body needs, If you feel weak, run down, and are easily upset, start taking today.